Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. At exactly 12:03 a.m. on New Year's Eve, something tried to reach me. The worst part is, it still does every year. At exactly 12:03 a.m. on New Year's Eve, something tried to reach me. I know that sounds dramatic. I know it sounds like the kind of thing people say to get attention. That's why I've never told this story out loud before. I'm not even sure why I'm writing it now. Maybe because enough time has passed. Or maybe because no matter how many years go by, that number still makes my chest tighten. 12:03. Not midnight. Not during the countdown. Not when people were cheering or hugging or setting off fireworks. This happened after all of that. After the noise faded. After the city exhaled and everything went quiet again. I was alone when it started. The kind of alone you only feel late at night when buildings don't sound empty, just awake in a way you don't understand. The air conditioning was cycling on and off, that low mechanical hum echoing through the walls. Somewhere down the hall, a vending machine rattled, then went still. My chair creaked every time I shifted my weight, the sound way louder than it should have been in a room that small. I remember looking at the clock and thinking how peaceful it felt, how calm, how nothing ever really happens on New Year's Eve once midnight passes. That's when my phone vibrated. Not a ring, not a text alert, just that dull, heavy buzz against the desk, like it was trying not to draw attention to itself. I stared at it for a few seconds before picking it up. The screen was dark except for one notification. Voicemail. No missed call. No number. Just a timestamp. 12:03 a.m. I didn't play it right away. I don't know why. Maybe part of me already knew that once I did, whatever sense of quiet I had left was going to disappear. I listened instead to the room around me, the faint hiss of the vents, the distant click of something settling inside the walls, my own breathing slower than I expected, like my body was trying to stay calm without asking me. When I finally pressed play, the first thing I heard was breathing. Not mine. It was close, too close, slow and steady, like whoever it belonged to wasn't rushing, wasn't panicking, just waiting. I could hear the faint distortion of a microphone struggling to capture something right next to it. A soft crackle underneath, like the sound old speakers make when they're about to give out. Then a voice came through, low, quiet, familiar in a way I couldn't place. It said, "Your shift ended already." I remember the exact moment the room stopped feeling normal. The walls felt farther away, the ceiling higher. The lights above me hummed just a little louder enough to make my skin prickle. I replayed the message, then again. Every time the same words, the same breathing, the same timestamp. I checked the door, still locked. Checked the cameras, all clear. Checked the hallway, empty. Everything looked the way it was supposed to look, but nothing felt that way anymore. What I didn't know, then what I wish I still didn't know, is that this wasn't a one-time thing. This wasn't a glitch. It wasn't stress or exhaustion or my imagination filling in the dark. Because every year since then, at exactly 12:03 a.m. on New Year's Eve, it happens again. Same message, same breathing, and every year it sounds just a little closer than the last. I never thought of myself as the kind of person who'd end up telling a horror story on the internet. If anything, I've always been the opposite practical cautious, the guy who double-checks the stove knobs before leaving the apartment and keeps a spare phone charger in his glove compartment just in case. If you'd asked me 3 years ago whether I believed in ghosts or curses or any of that, I would have laughed and said I believed in broken locks, bad wiring, and people making stupid decisions. That's what security felt like to me. Not heroic, not dramatic. Just a job where you sat in a quiet room, watched a bank of monitors, and made sure nobody wandered into places they weren't supposed to be. A lot of people imagine security as either intense chasing intruders, stopping fights, or boring enough to make you fall asleep. The truth was somewhere in the middle. Most nights, nothing happened. And the nights when something did happen, it was almost always human. A drunk guy trying to sneak into the gym after hours. A delivery driver rattling the wrong door. A tenant locked out and angry at the world. Predictable problems. Solvable problems. That building off Route 17 in northern New Jersey had been my assignment for nearly 2 years. Mixed use, the kind of place developers love because it looks sleek from the highway and makes people feel like they're living inside a brochure. Offices on the lower floors, short-term corporate rentals on the upper ones. A lobby that smelled faintly of lemon cleaner and polished stone. Keycard access. A modern elevator system that still managed to break down at least once a month. I worked the late shifts because they needed someone steady. I was in my mid-30s, 34 that winter, and I didn't have kids, didn't have a schedule full of soccer games or school pickups. At the time, my life was simplified. That's one way to put it. Another way is that my relationship had just ended in the quietest, ugliest way possible. Not a fight, not betrayal, not a big dramatic blow-up. Just two people who ran out of patience and stopped pretending. My ex moved out the week before New Year's Eve. She did it while I was at work, because that was easier for both of us. When I came home, her side of the closet was a neat, empty row of hangers. The bathroom cabinet looked like a stranger had never lived there. Even the air smelled different, like the place had been aired out too thoroughly. I didn't cry. I didn't throw anything. I just sat on the edge of the bed and listened to the refrigerator hum in the kitchen, the steady little motor sound that filled silence when you didn't have anyone else breathing in the room. So when the schedule went up and I saw the New Year's Eve overnight was unclaimed, time and a half, 6 hours, dead building, I volunteered without thinking too hard about it. It wasn't just the money, though that helped. It was the idea of not being in my apartment when the fireworks started, not hearing my neighbors laugh through the walls, not feeling that specific kind of loneliness that only shows up when the rest of the world is celebrating something without you. On December 31st, I left my apartment a little after 9:15 p.m. The roads were quieter than usual. Most people were already where they planned to be. The snow from earlier that day had melted into that thin gray slush that lines the edges of parking lots and makes everything look tired. It wasn't a blizzard, just enough to make the streets shine under the streetlights and to make you drive a little slower, a little more carefully. The building's parking lot was almost empty when I pulled in. That was normal. The office tenants were long gone. The short-term rentals upstairs were usually quiet around the holidays. I parked in my usual spot near the side entrance, where the security door was propped under a camera that had been there so long it looked like it had become part of the wall. There's something about an empty parking lot at night that always feels slightly wrong. Not dangerous exactly, just unnatural. A space designed for movement and noise sitting still like it's holding its breath. The only sounds were my boots crunching lightly in the salt and gravel, and the faint, distant rush of cars on the highway. When I reached the lobby doors, the building greeted me with that familiar blast of dry heat. The air inside always smelled like a combination of things that don't belong together. Faint cleaning chemicals, stale carpet, and the leftover hint of someone's cologne that had gotten trapped in the fabric of the chairs. There was a decorative fountain near the entrance that was supposed to sound calming, but half the time, it just sounded like someone leaving a faucet running in an empty room. That night, it was off maintenance had probably shut it down for the winter. Without it, the lobby felt even quieter, the silence sharp around the edges. The neon sign above the reception desk glowed a soft, blue-white, more corporate than inviting. It reflected in the glass walls and made the space look like it went on forever. Every time I walked through that lobby at night, I saw my own reflection sliding alongside me in the glass, and it always gave me a quick, stupid jolt, as if someone else was keeping pace in the corner of my vision. Security was in a small office behind the mailroom. No windows, just a thick door, with a keypad, a desk, a rolling chair, and a wall of monitors that showed the building from every angle. The cameras were old CRT screens, not flat panels, stacked 2 rows high. The glass of the screens had a slight curve to it, which meant the images looked a little warped at the edges, like the building itself was bending. On the desk, a pot of coffee sat on a warming plate. It had been brewed hours earlier by the day guard and left there out of habit, like an offering to whoever came in next. I poured myself a cup anyway. The smell was comforting, but the first sip tasted like burnt cardboard. The kind of coffee that doesn't wake you up so much as remind you how tired you are. I signed in on the log sheet, checked the incident binder, empty as usual, and ran through the basic routine. Door sensors, fire panel, elevator status, everything normal. I did one quick lap through the first floor, mostly to stretch my legs, and prove to myself I was awake. The hallways were clean carpeted and lit with motion-sensing lights that clicked on in sections as I walked. The sound of my footsteps was the loudest thing in the building. It followed me steady and dull, like someone else was walking half a second behind. When I came back to the security office, I sat down, adjusted the chair, and let the monitors wash over me. Lobby, garage, side entrance, stairwell, 5th floor hallway, roof access, everything quiet. Every empty corridor looked the same under those cameras. Pale walls, doors closed tight, a faint graininess on the image like snow on an old TV. That's the thing about jobs like that. When nothing is happening, you start noticing details you've never cared about before. The way the fluorescent lights buzz at slightly different pitches. The way the HVAC vents exhale warm air in steady cycles like breathing. The way the building settles and pops as it cools, making little ticks in the walls that can sound if you're tired enough, like someone tapping a fingernail against glass. But I wasn't scared. Not then. I was too familiar with the place to be scared. That building was predictable to me. It had patterns. It had routines. The elevators dinged when they were supposed to. The cameras stayed on their assigned feeds. The only real variables were people, and there weren't supposed to be many people there that night. New Year's Eve, especially after midnight, was always the calmest shift of the year. Most of the chaos happened earlier, tenants coming in with party bags, friends visiting someone forgetting their key card, because they were already half buzzed. After the countdown, everyone either crashed wherever they were or stayed out until morning. The building went still. I remember thinking, as I watched the empty lobby on the screen, that this was exactly what I needed. A quiet room, a few hours of being useful. Something to focus on that wasn't the echo of my own apartment. I checked my phone. No new messages. No Happy New Year texts from anyone who actually knew what my night looked like. Just notifications from apps I didn't care about. I set it face down on the desk and leaned back, listening to the soft hum of the monitors. Outside, through the lobby glass, I could see the parking lot lights casting pale circles onto the wet pavement. The snow piles at the edges looked like dirty sugar. A lone shopping cart sat near the far curb, abandoned and tilted on one side as if someone had left in a hurry. Inside, everything was controlled, sealed, safe. That's why I didn't think twice when I heard a faint sound from the hallway, something like a soft mechanical click. It was probably the elevator resetting, or a door sensor recalibrating. Buildings make noises. They always do. If you work night shifts long enough, you learn to ignore them. I took another sip of coffee and stared at the time on the monitor display. 11:54 p.m. A few minutes until midnight. In my head, I could already hear distant fireworks starting up somewhere in town, those first impatient pops before the real chaos. I imagined people counting down in crowded bars, voices merging into one loud chant. I imagined my neighbors in my old apartment building clinking glasses, laughing too hard, spilling beer on the carpet. I told myself I was glad I wasn't there. Then I glanced at the cameras again, just a slow sweep habit more than concern, and I felt that small, almost imperceptible shift in my body. The tiny tightening in the shoulders, the faint rise in heart rate. Nothing on the screens was obviously wrong. Everything looked normal. It was just the building felt too quiet. Not peaceful quiet. Not empty quiet. More like the kind of quiet you get when you walk into a room and realize a conversation is stopped because you arrived. The kind of quiet that makes you aware of your own breathing, your own movements, as if you're suddenly being listened to. I shook it off. Fatigue, I told myself. Holiday weirdness. The mind looking for patterns where there aren't any. I leaned forward, adjusted the volume knob on the desk radio, low static, a late night station, playing soft rock, and tried to settle into the routine. The job had never felt dangerous. That was the problem. Because when you truly believe nothing can happen, you stop noticing the moments when something starts to. New Year's Eve has a rhythm to it. Even if you're alone, even if you're working, there's usually a sense of movement in the air. People rushing, doors opening and closing, voices bouncing off walls, a subtle pressure that builds as midnight gets closer, like the world itself is leaning forward, waiting for something to happen. That night, the rhythm never came. By the time the clock on the security monitor rolled past 11:30 p.m., the building had already settled into a stillness that felt premature, like a party that ended before it ever really started. I kept expecting the quiet to break an elevator call, a burst of laughter from the lobby, a tenant stumbling in with a group of friends, but nothing changed. The screens showed the same empty hallways, the same closed doors, the same reflected glare of fluorescent lights on polished floors. It wasn't unsettling at first, just unusual. I leaned back in my chair and let the hum of the HVAC system fill the room. It was a low, steady sound, almost comforting in its consistency. On for 30 seconds. off for 20, on again. I'd worked there long enough to know the pattern. When you spend enough nights alone in a place like that, you start measuring time by sound instead of clocks. The radio on the desk crackled softly, tuned to an internal channel that rebroadcast a local station through the building system. Someone had left it set to a classic rock station earlier in the day, and I didn't bother changing it. The music was low, just above the static, the kind of background noise you don't really listen to. A familiar guitar riff drifted in and out, warped slightly by the cheap speaker. Every now and then, the signal would dip, and for half a second, there'd be nothing but hiss. I liked that. Silence broken just enough to remind you that you weren't completely cut off from the rest of the world. I remember thinking how easy the night was shaping up to be. No reports, no calls, no disturbances. I checked the incident binder again more out of habit than necessity and smiled when I saw the blank pages. It felt like a small victory, the kind you don't brag about but quietly appreciate. Easy money, I thought. That phrase stuck with me, repeating in my head as I sipped my coffee and watched the monitors. Easy money. A calm shift. In and out. No drama. I'd be home by morning, maybe even catch a few hours of sleep before the day really started. I imagined waking up to daylight filtering through the blinds instead of that heavy gray morning haze that usually followed night shifts. Outside, the lobby windows, the sky had turned that deep, inky blue that only shows up late at night in winter. The parking lot lights cast long shadows across the wet asphalt, and the snow piles at the edges glowed faintly, like they were lit from within. Somewhere far off, I thought I heard fireworks, just one or two dull pops, but it was hard to tell. The sound could have been anything. A car backfiring, a door slamming in the distance. Inside the building, nothing reacted. No cheers echoed through the hallways. No sudden rush of movement on the cameras. Midnight was approaching, and the place seemed completely indifferent to it. At 11:47, I did another slow scan of the screens, dragging my eyes from one to the next. Lobby, garage, side entrance, stairwell, 5th floor, 6th floor, roof access, all empty, all unchanged. The 5th floor hallway camera lingered on the screen a second longer than the others, not because anything was happening there, but because the image always looked a little darker than the rest. One of the overhead lights in that hallway had been out for months, leaving a stretch of carpet in permanent shadow. Facilities had put in requests, but it never seemed to get fixed. On camera, that dark patch looked deeper than it should have been, like the hall bent inward slightly at that point. I made a mental note to mention it again, even though I knew nothing would come of it. I shifted in my chair, and the chair let out a short, sharp creak that made me flinch. The sound felt too loud, too sudden, as if the room had been waiting for an excuse to remind me I was there. I laughed quietly at myself and rubbed my hands together, feeling the dryness of the air on my skin. This was what I wanted, I reminded myself. Quiet. Space to think without being forced to actually think. A night where nothing demanded anything from me. The radio cut out for a second. Just static. Then the music came back a little louder than before, as if someone had adjusted the volume somewhere else in the building. I frowned and reached for the knob, turning it down slightly. The static settled into a low hiss beneath the song. Must be the weather, I muttered, even though the windows were sealed and the signal came from inside the building. The HVAC clicked off again. Without it, the room felt strangely hollow. I could hear my own breathing more clearly now, the soft rise and fall of it in my chest. I hadn't realized how much I'd been relying on that background noise until it was gone. I checked the clock. 11:53 p.m. 7 minutes. Normally this was the point in the night when something would happen. A call from the front desk. A tenant needing help. At the very least, a spike in movement as people came back from wherever they'd been celebrating. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the desk, and watched the lobby camera. The glass doors reflected the empty space behind them, creating the illusion of a second darker lobby beyond. For a moment, my eyes played tricks on me, and I thought I saw movement in that reflection, someone shifting just out of frame, but when I focused, it was nothing. Just the flicker of the screen. I told myself to relax. This wasn't my first holiday shift. I'd worked Thanksgiving nights, Christmas Eve, even 4th of July once, when everyone else had called out. They were all the same in the end, a lot of buildup, followed by nothing. People like to imagine holidays as these intense emotional moments, but when you're working through them, they tend to pass quietly, almost apologetically. The clock ticked forward. 11:55, 11:56. The radio station started a countdown teaser, some DJ hyping up the next song, promising the biggest New Year's Eve hits and reminding listeners to stay safe. His voice sounded distant, flattened by the speaker like it was coming from the bottom of a well. I turned it down again. I didn't want to hear a countdown that wasn't happening around me. I didn't want to be reminded that time was moving forward somewhere else. The building didn't seem to care about the new year at all. The lights didn't flicker. The elevators didn't ding. The cameras didn't show a single new shadow crossing a hallway. It felt like the place was sealed off from the rest of the night. At 11:58, I stood up and stretched, rolling my shoulders until they popped. The motion sent another creak through the chair, and again, that sense of being too loud settled over me. I stepped into the hallway outside the security office and listened. Nothing. The corridor lights buzzed softly overhead, their hum uneven like an insect trapped inside the fixture. Farther down the hall, I could hear the faint tick of a cooling pipe metal contracting as the temperature shifted. Each sound was small, isolated, magnified by the absence of everything else. I walked a few steps just to feel the carpet under my boots, to remind myself I existed in this space. The building responded the way it always did, lights clicking on as I passed, then fading back to dim a few seconds after I moved on. Predictable, controlled. I went back into the office and sat down, eyes drawn once more to the monitors. 11:59 p.m. Somewhere outside, fireworks finally started in earnest. I could hear them now, muffled booms, distant and irregular, like thunder rolling across the horizon. The sound leaked faintly through the glass, and concrete barely enough to register, but it was there. I waited for the building to react. It didn't. Midnight came and went without ceremony. No sudden rush of people. No cheers echoing through the lobby. No doors opening. On the screens, the hallways remained empty, the garage still, the stairwells untouched. The clock changed. 12:00 a.m. That was it. Just another minute ticking over. I exhaled slowly, realizing I'd been holding my breath without meaning to. A strange mix of relief and disappointment washed over me. Part of me had expected something to mark the moment, some small acknowledgement that the year had changed. Instead, it felt like the building had simply skipped over it, as if midnight wasn't worth noticing. I checked my phone again. Still nothing. No messages. No missed calls. Easy money, I thought again. The phrase felt heavier now, less like a casual thought and more like a promise I was daring the night to break. I leaned back in my chair, closed my eyes for just a second, and let the hum of the HVAC wash over me as it kicked back on. The radio played softly in the background, the DJ now laughing with someone off mic, his voice tinny and distorted. Everything was fine. The calm was real. The building was quiet because nothing was wrong. That's what I believed, sitting there in that small room, watching empty screens, listening to familiar sounds, loop and repeat. I had no idea that the countdown hadn't been skipped. It had just been delayed. And when it finally came, it wouldn't sound anything like fireworks. It started with something so small that if I hadn't already been paying attention, I probably would have missed it entirely. A flicker. Not the dramatic kind you see in movies, where everything goes dark and alarms start screaming. Just a subtle, almost polite blink across the monitors, like someone had briefly passed a hand in front of the screens. The images warped for a fraction of a second lines, bending inward colors, draining slightly before snapping back into place. I straightened in my chair. CRT monitors did that sometimes. Static discharge, power fluctuations. The building was old enough that the wiring had moods. I'd seen it before dozens of times, usually during storms, or when maintenance ran something heavy on the upper floors. But there was no storm. The snow outside had stopped hours earlier. The weather radar was clear. The building was practically asleep. I leaned forward, elbows on the desk, and scanned the screens one by one. Lobby, garage, side entrance, stairwell, all normal. The radio hummed softly in the background, a guitar solo stretching on longer than it should have, slightly distorted by the speaker. Probably nothing I said out loud, more for my own benefit than anything else. That was when the elevator chimed. The sound was unmistakable. A single clean ding that echoed faintly through the hallway outside the security office, followed by the low mechanical whir of the system engaging. My eyes snapped to the elevator camera without conscious thought. The indicator light on the screen switched from idle to active. I frowned. Elevators in that building didn't just move. Not after midnight. Not without a call. You needed a key card to summon one from the upper floors, and the lobby panel was disabled during overnight hours unless someone had checked in or been cleared by security. I checked the access log on the computer. No new entries. No keycard scans. No door sensors triggered. The elevator doors on the lobby camera slid open. The car was empty. Bright fluorescent light spilled out onto the polished floor, creating a sharp rectangle of white that looked almost too clean against the dim lobby. The doors stayed open, waiting. I watched for movement, a foot stepping forward, a shadow shifting, anything. Nothing happened. Okay, I muttered, pushing my chair back. That's new. I stood and stepped into the hallway, stopping just outside the security office. From there, I could hear the elevator clearly now, the faint hum of its motor, idling the soft click of relays inside the walls. The sound carried in a way it usually didn't, as if the building were amplifying it. I walked toward the lobby, my footsteps muffled by the carpet. Each step felt slightly exaggerated in the quiet, like I was intruding on something. The closer I got, the stronger that sense became, a vague awareness that I was moving into a space that had been perfectly fine without me. The elevator doors were still open when I reached the lobby. No one inside. I leaned in slightly, peering into the car. The mirrors reflected my own shape back at me, tall, tired shoulders slumped in a way I hadn't noticed before. For a brief, stupid moment, I expected to see something else behind my reflection. Someone standing just out of view. There was nothing. I I reached out and pressed the door close button. The doors slid shut without resistance. The elevator indicator went dark. I stood there for another second listening. The hum faded. The building returned to its previous quiet, as if nothing had happened at all. Back in the security office, I logged the incident anyway. Elevator call, no visible occupant. No access log entry. I didn't flag it as urgent. I didn't call maintenance. There was nothing to fix, nothing obviously broken. Just a weird blip in an otherwise uneventful night. Still, something had shifted. I sat down and watched the monitors more closely. Now my earlier sense of calm, replaced by a low-grade alertness I couldn't quite explain. The radio continued playing, but I turned it down another notch. The music felt intrusive, like it didn't belong in the room anymore. A minute passed, then two. I was just starting to convince myself that the elevator thing had been a coincidence when the screens flickered again. This time, it wasn't uniform. The lobby camera stayed steady, but the fifth-floor hallway feed warped violently, the image stretching and compressing like it was being pulled through a narrow tunnel. The picture froze for half a second, then dissolved into static. I reached for the keyboard fingers, hovering over the controls. Before I touched anything, the static cleared, but it didn't return to the fifth-floor hallway. The screen now showed a different feed entirely. A stairwell. I blinked, checking the camera label beneath the image. It still read 5F hallway. But the picture was wrong. The angle was wrong. The lighting was harsher, more vertical. Concrete walls instead of carpet. A metal handrail catching the glare of a single overhead bulb. The stairwell camera existed. I could see it on the adjacent monitor, displaying the same space from a different angle. Two screens were showing the same location. My mouth went dry. "That's not possible," I said quietly. I toggled the feed, manually cycling through the cameras assigned to that channel. Lobby, garage, side entrance, roof access. Each one appeared as it should. When I returned to the fifth-floor hallway, the stairwell image was still there, stubborn and unmoving. No error message, no warning indicator, just the wrong place. I told myself it was a routing issue, a crossed signal. Old systems did that sometimes when they were pushed too hard or left running too long. I'd seen cameras swap feeds before, though never without some kind of alert. I leaned closer to the screen, studying the stairwell image. It was empty. The concrete steps descended out of frame, disappearing into shadow. The light above buzzed faintly, its glow uneven. Dust motes drifted lazily through the air, visible only when they passed directly under the bulb. Nothing moved. I waited for something to happen, for the feed to correct itself, for the image to jump back to where it belonged. It didn't. Instead, the flicker returned. All the monitors blinked at once, just like before, but this time the effect lingered a fraction longer. When the screen stabilized, the feeds were back in their proper places. Fifth-floor hallway, empty, carpeted, the dark patch still looming where the light was out. The stairwell camera returned to its own screen unchanged. Everything looked normal again. I sat back, slowly, heart beating a little faster than it should have been for something so minor. My palms felt damp against the armrests of the chair. I wiped them on my pants and forced myself to breathe evenly. This was still nothing I told myself. No voices, no figures, no alarms. Just technology being technology. I checked the system logs again. No record of the flicker. No note of the feed switch. According to the computer, the cameras had been stable all night. The radio crackled softly. For a brief second, I thought I heard something underneath the static, a low rhythmic sound that almost matched my own breathing. But then the music swelled, and it was gone. I glanced at the clock. 12:01 a.m. Barely a minute past midnight. I felt foolish for being on edge. The night was young. I was tired. My brain was probably looking for stimulation in a shift that had promised none. I leaned back and let my gaze drift across the monitors again. Slower, this time more deliberate. Lobby. Still empty. Garage. No movement. Side entrance. Closed and dark. Stairwell. Silent. Everything where it should be. And yet the sense that something had just brushed up against the edges of the night wouldn't leave me. It was faint, easy to ignore, like the after image you see when you look at a bright light and then close your eyes. Not fear, not yet, just doubt. The kind that makes you sit a little straighter. The kind that makes you watch a little longer. At the time, I thought that was all it would be. A small anomaly. A story I'd forget by morning chalked up to old equipment and a long night. I didn't understand then that the building had just done something it wasn't supposed to do. It had noticed me. And it had found a way to let me know. I didn't sleep after the flicker. I know that sounds melodramatic, like I was already spiraling, but it wasn't fear yet. Not the clean, obvious kind. It was the feeling of having a routine interrupted in a way that didn't make sense. Like hearing your own name spoken in a room you thought was empty. The monitors had flickered. The elevator had moved without a call. And for a few seconds, one of the cameras had shown the wrong place. Those were facts. Small ones, sure, but facts all the same. And once you've seen something that doesn't fit into the shape of your night, it changes the way everything else looks. By 12:05 a.m., I was still sitting in the security chair, elbows on the desk eyes, moving across the screens with a kind of careful attention I hadn't needed a half hour earlier. The coffee in my cup had gone cold enough that it left a bitter film on my tongue. I kept sipping anyway, partly out of habit, and partly because the motion gave me something to do with my hands. The radio was low, almost too low to catch the lyrics, but the static beneath it seemed louder now. It rose and fell in uneven breaths. Every time it dipped, I found myself holding still, waiting for something else to come through. The building was silent in the way only large, empty structures can be full of systems and air and hidden movement, but absent of human noise. The HVAC cycled the vents, exhaled warm air, and somewhere far above me, a pipe clicked as the temperature shifted. The sound traveled through the walls with no obvious source, making it hard to tell whether it was coming from the ceiling, the hallway, or directly behind the monitors. I told myself to stop overthinking. I told myself this was why people hated night shifts. Too much time to imagine patterns. Too much quiet for your brain not to fill in the blanks. I looked at the clock again. 12:08 a.m. That was when the lobby camera stuttered. Just once, a tiny twitch in the image, like a frame had been removed. The glass doors shimmered for a fraction of a second, and the reflection in them looked wrong. Not in a supernatural way. More like when you watch an old tape and the tracking slips turning a familiar picture into something slightly distorted. My eyes narrowed. I leaned closer, focusing on the lobby feed. The automatic doors stood closed. The neon sign above reception glowed the same pale blue-white. The potted plant by the seating area cast its usual shadow. Nothing moved. Then the doors opened. not smoothly the way they did when someone approached. They parted slowly, almost hesitating, as if the sensors weren't sure they'd been triggered. Cold air pushed into the lobby, and I saw it in the small details, the way the hanging holiday banner near the ceiling fluttered slightly, the way the thin strip of paper on the reception desk shifted. For a second, the doors stayed open on an empty entrance. I waited for someone to step in. No one did. The doors began to close again. And in the last inch before they met, a figure slid into frame. It wasn't sudden enough to be a jump scare on the screen. It wasn't a blur sprinting past. The man moved with a steady pace, like he'd timed his step to appear at exactly the right moment, like he'd waited outside, just out of view, until the doors were about to shut. He stepped into the lobby and stopped. Not near the doors, not in the middle of the floor, right under the lobby camera. I froze, with my hand half lifted off the desk. The lobby camera was mounted high-angled down. Most people looked like small, distorted figures from that view. Even if someone stared straight up, it didn't really feel personal. It was just a person in a building. But this man didn't just look up. He positioned himself so that when he raised his head, his face filled the center of the frame. He stood exactly where the lens would catch him cleanly. He didn't wander or fidget like a normal person coming in from the cold. He didn't shake snow from his jacket. He didn't glance around, confused looking for a desk or a sign. He stood perfectly still, and he looked straight into the camera. The rational part of my brain tried to keep up to label what I was seeing, the way you label things to make them manageable. Male, mid-40s maybe. Average height, average build. Dark jacket zipped up to the throat. No visible hat or gloves. His hair was dark and neat, not wet, not windblown. His face wasn't pale or monstrous. He looked normal. That was the worst part. Normal enough that if you passed him on the street, you wouldn't notice him normal enough that he didn't belong in a horror story, except for his eyes. On the monitor, his eyes didn't look like someone glancing up at a camera out of curiosity. They looked like someone making contact. His stare didn't move. He wasn't scanning. He wasn't blinking much. And the longer I watched, the more I got the sick sense that the man wasn't looking at the camera as an object. He was looking through it, at me. I felt my skin go tight across my shoulders. My throat dried out so quickly, it was like I'd swallowed dust. I became hyper-aware of my own posture, the way I was leaning forward in the chair, the way the glow of the screens reflected off my hands. I knew logically that he couldn't see into the office. The camera was one way. He wasn't magic. This was a building with outdated equipment and a bored night guard. But my body didn't care about logic. My body responded the way it responds when a stranger's gaze lingers too long, when something social and human gets broken. I reached for the mouse. The monitor feed didn't glitch. It didn't cut out. It didn't flicker. The picture remained crisp in that grainy CRT way, steady and clear, like the system suddenly wanted me to see every detail. I pulled up the zoom control, limited and clunky, but enough to push the camera in slightly. His face filled more of the screen. He was clean-shaven. His lips were pressed together, not in a smile, not in a frown. Just flat, as if expression would have been a waste. There was a faint mark on his left cheek, like a healed scratch. His skin had that slightly sallow tone you see in people who don't spend much time outdoors. And his eyes, I can't explain it well even now. They were calm, and that calmness was wrong. Not relaxed calm, controlled calm. the kind you see in someone who knows something you don't. I watched him hold that stare for maybe 10 seconds. Then he lifted one hand, slowly, deliberately. For a stupid half second, I thought he was going to wave. Instead, he held up a key card. Not a visitor pass, not a flimsy paper badge. A standard building key card, the same kind employees used. The same kind I had clipped to my belt. He tilted it slightly, letting the card catch the lobby light so the camera would see it. And then, like he was demonstrating a point, he slid it across the reader by the elevator bank. The elevator panel lit up. I felt my stomach drop, because that reader only responded to authorized cards. It wouldn't light up for random plastic. It was tied into the system. A second later, the elevator dinged. One clean chime. The doors opened behind him, and he didn't go in. He just stood there half-turned, waiting, as if he was giving me time. My hand tightened around the mouse so hard my knuckles ached. I glanced at the access log window on the computer screen beside the monitors, expecting an entry to appear. The system recorded every swipe door elevator, even stairwell access. It was obnoxiously thorough. No entry appeared. The log remained blank. The man looked back up at the camera, almost lazily, like he knew exactly what I was doing. Then he did something that made my blood turn cold in a way the earlier glitches hadn't. He leaned in closer. Not close enough to blur, but close enough that his mouth was near the center of the frame. He opened his lips slightly, as if he was speaking. I couldn't hear anything, of course. The lobby camera didn't record audio, but I saw the shape of his words. 3 syllables. Slow. Intentional. Then he stepped backward, still looking up, still holding that eye contact until the last possible moment. He turned finally and walked into the elevator. The doors slid shut. The elevator indicator changed. Up. I sat completely still, staring at the lobby feed. My heartbeat felt loud in my ears. The room around me seemed to recede, as if the only real thing left was the monitor and the empty lobby beneath it. My brain tried to do the math. How did he have a key card? Why wasn't there a log entry? Why did he stand under the camera like that? There were explanations, technically. There were always explanations if you worked hard enough to force them into shape. Maybe the system failed to record the swipe. Maybe the log delay was normal. Maybe he was an employee who forgot to badge in earlier. But the way he looked at the camera didn't fit any of those explanations. People didn't stare like that unless they wanted to be seen. Unless they wanted you to know they were there. The elevator camera should have shown him inside the car. It didn't. The feed from the elevator interior remained empty, the fluorescent lit box sitting still as if no one had entered. For a second, I wondered if I'd switched to the wrong camera. My eyes flicked to the label Elevator Car 2 Interior. It was correct. Empty. But the elevator indicator on the lobby panel said it was moving. The system showed it traveling upward. A moving elevator with an empty interior feed. My mouth went numb. I swallowed and tasted cold coffee and adrenaline. I stood up so fast, the chair rolled backward and bumped the wall. I didn't grab my jacket. I didn't take my coffee. I only took my radio, clipping it to my belt, as if that could protect me from anything. I left the security office and stepped into the hallway. The air out there felt cooler, heavier. The carpet muted my footsteps, making it feel like I wasn't fully grounded. The building's lights hummed overhead, but beneath that hum, I could hear something else now, a faint rhythmic mechanical sound that hadn't been there earlier. The elevator moving somewhere above. I walked toward the lobby again, forcing myself to keep a steady pace. The lobby was empty when I arrived, just like the camera showed. The doors were closed. No footprints on the polished floor. No lingering sign that anyone had been standing there a minute ago, staring straight into my life through a glass lens. The elevator doors remained shut, and the indicator above them continued to change floor by floor. Then it stopped at 5, the 5th floor, the same floor whose camera had glitched earlier. I felt a tightness in my chest that wasn't quite panic, but was moving in that direction. My fingers hovered near the radio button. Control 2. I started, then stopped. There was no one to call, no partner, no second guard, just me. I looked up at the lobby camera mounted high in the corner. From where I stood, it was just a small black dome with a glass eye. I hated it suddenly. Hated the idea that someone could look into it and choose when to appear, choose when to be seen, choose when to make the night feel like it was under their control. I went back to the security office, forced myself to sit down, and stared at the monitors again. The elevator indicator on the system showed the car idle on the 5th floor now. The lobby feed was empty. The 5th floor hallway camera showed nothing but beige carpet and closed doors. And yet I couldn't shake the image of that man's face filling the screen, his eyes locked on the lens with that calm certainty. I rewound the recording. I wanted to prove to myself it happened the way I remembered. I wanted to catch a detail I'd missed, maybe a badge clip, maybe a logo on his jacket, something that would make him real in a way that didn't feel so deliberate. The footage played back smoothly. Doors opening, empty lobby, man stepping into frame. And there it was, again. His stare, his positioning, the way he held up the key card for the camera like he was presenting it. Except this time, as the footage paused for a fraction of a second, when he leaned in to mouth those words, I noticed something that made my stomach lurch. The key card he held up wasn't blank. It had a printed strip on it, a name line. And even through the grain and the glare, I could read enough to recognize the format. Last name, first initial. The same format the building used. My fingers trembled on the mouse as I zoomed in, further pushing the image until it pixelated. I couldn't make out every letter, but I saw the initial, and it was mine. He wasn't just in the building. He wasn't just on the camera. He was holding up a key card that belonged to someone with my last name. Someone used my access, and whoever it was wanted me to know it. For a long moment after the elevator stopped on the 5th floor, I didn't move. I sat there in the security chair, hands resting on the edge of the desk, staring at the monitors like they might change again if I blinked. My heart had settled into a steady, uncomfortable rhythm, not racing, not calm. The kind of beat you feel when your body knows something is wrong, but your mind hasn't figured out how to react yet. Someone used my access. That thought kept circling, bumping into everything else in my head, refusing to land. I replayed the image of the key card over and over, the way he angled it toward the camera, the way he waited, the way he seemed almost patient. Not hurried, not nervous, intentional. I forced myself to breathe through my nose and turned toward the computer terminal. If something had happened, there would be a record. That was the one thing I trusted. The system didn't care about feelings or impressions. It logged facts, numbers, times, entries, and exits. It didn't lie. At least it wasn't supposed to. I woke the screen from its idle dim, the glow washing over my hands as I typed in my credentials. The keyboard made a soft, hollow clacking sound in the quiet room, louder than it should have been. Each key press echoed faintly, as if the walls were listening. username, password, enter. The system hesitated for half a second longer than usual before loading. I noticed it immediately. When you do the same motions night after night, even the smallest delay feels wrong. The access log populated line by line. I leaned forward, scanning the entries from the top down. 11:02 p.m. Side entrance, tenant access, 11:17 p.m. Garage gate vehicle exit, 11:41 p.m. Lobby door employee access day shift. That was the last entry. Nothing after that. No elevator call. No keycard swipe. No lobby door activation. According to the system, no one had entered the building since the day guard left. I scrolled down anyway, even though I already knew what I'd see. Blank space. My jaw tightened. I clicked into the elevator log, next fingers moving faster, now more force behind them. The fan inside the desktop tower kicked up slightly, responding to the load, its whirring blending with the steady hum of the monitors. Elevator log car 2, status normal. Last call, 11:38 p.m. Floor 1, floor G. No record of the elevator moving after that. I laughed under my breath, not because it was funny, but because the absurdity of it needed somewhere to go. I'd watched the elevator move. I'd heard it. I'd seen the indicator change with my own eyes. The building itself had responded, and yet the system insisted nothing had happened. Okay, I said quietly, rubbing my hands together. Okay. I pulled up the camera archive. If the logs weren't showing it, the footage would. Cameras didn't care about keycards. They recorded what was in front of them, whether the system wanted to admit it or not. I selected the lobby feed and scrubbed back to the timestamp 12:08 a.m. The video loaded smoothly. Doors closed. Empty lobby. I hit play. The footage rolled forward at normal speed. I watched myself on screen, a smaller version of me, stepping briefly into frame earlier, pressing the elevator button, leaning in to check the car. I skipped ahead, heart thudding a little harder as the seconds ticked by. 12, 8, 14. The doors open. Empty. 12, 8, 17. The doors started to close, and then nothing. The man didn't appear. I froze, finger hovering over the mouse. I rewound. Slower this time. The same result. The doors opened. The lobby remained empty. The doors closed again. No figure. No movement. No one standing beneath the camera. I felt a cold prickling sensation crawl up the back of my neck. That's not possible, I whispered. I scrubbed forward to the moment when he'd raised the key card. The frame where I'd seen the printed name strip. The one that had turned my stomach. It wasn't there. The lobby camera showed nothing but empty space, the polished floor reflecting the overhead lights. The elevator doors opened and closed without anyone entering, but the elevator still moved. I watched the indicator change in the recording. I saw the lobby panel light up. I saw the doors close and the arrow point upward. An elevator responding to no one. I switched to the 5th floor hallway archive. Maybe he'd appeared there. Maybe the lobby camera had glitched and missed him, though that explanation already felt thin. The 5th floor footage showed exactly what I'd seen earlier. An empty hallway, one overhead, light out a long stretch of shadow across the carpet. The timestamp matched. The elevator doors at the end of the hall opened. No one stepped out. The doors closed. I felt my pulse in my throat now. I switched to the stairwell camera, then the garage, then the side entrance. Every feed showed the same thing. A building reacting to a presence that wasn't recorded. I leaned back in my chair and stared at the ceiling. The fluorescent light above me buzzed faintly, its pitch slightly off from the one in the hallway outside. That difference, barely noticeable before, now grated on my nerves. I became aware of every sound at once: the computer fan whirring, the soft static of the radio, the faint click of a cooling pipe somewhere above. My own breathing sounded loud and uneven. I ran a hand over my face, pressing my palms into my eyes until I saw stars. This was the part where you slow down, I told myself. This was the part where you don't let adrenaline turn confusion into fear. There were explanations. There had to be. I leaned forward again and opened the system diagnostics. If the cameras weren't recording properly, there would be an error log. If the elevator system had malfunctioned, there would be a fault code. Something. Anything. The diagnostics page loaded. Status normal. All subsystems operational. No errors. The radio crackled suddenly, a sharp burst of static that made me flinch. I reached over and turned the volume knob down another notch, then another, until the music was barely audible beneath the hiss. I needed to hear the room. The keyboard clicked as I typed each sound, precise and deliberate. I pulled up the employee access list and searched my own name. My profile popped up immediately. Photo badge number, access level. Standard night security clearance, active. I checked the access history attached to my badge. Nothing. No swipes, no calls, no record of my card being used at all that night. Which meant one of two things. Either the system was lying to me in a way I'd never seen before, or whatever had opened the elevator hadn't used the system at all. I sat with that thought, letting it sink in. The radio's static shifted, rising and falling in uneven waves. Beneath it, I thought I heard something else again, a low rhythmic sound that didn't quite match the HVAC or the computer fan. I held my breath, listening. It stopped. I exhaled slowly. I told myself I was tired, that my senses were sharpening because my brain was trying to make sense of conflicting information. I told myself that the man I'd seen was real, that the footage had simply failed to capture him properly, that maybe the archive had corrupted, that maybe the system had overwritten something. But that didn't explain the keycard. I could still see it in my mind, angled toward the camera the way he'd made sure it caught the light. That hadn't been accidental. You didn't do that unless you wanted the camera and the person watching it to notice. I pulled up the raw feed controls, bypassing the usual interface. It was something only the supervisors usually messed with, but I'd learned my way around it out of boredom over the years. If there was data the standard playback wasn't showing, this would reveal it. The screen filled with lines of metadata, frame counts, timestamps, compression artifacts. I scanned for anomalies. There were gaps, tiny ones, fractions of a second missing from the lobby feed at exactly the moment the man should have appeared. Not enough to trigger an alert. Not enough for the system to flag it as corruption. Just enough to remove something. My mouth went dry. I zoomed in on one of the gaps and brought up the adjacent frames side by side. The difference was subtle, but unmistakable. The lighting shifted slightly. The reflections on the floor changed shape, as if something had been there, casting a shadow that was no longer recorded. A presence without a record. I leaned back again, chair creaking under my weight. This time, the sound made me wince. The room felt smaller, now the walls closer. I became acutely aware of the security office door behind me, thick, solid, closed. The idea that someone could be in the building without appearing in the logs, without appearing fully on camera, made my skin crawl in a way the earlier flicker hadn't. This wasn't a ghost story. This wasn't some abstract fear of the unknown. This was a failure of systems I relied on. I checked the clock. 12:22 a.m. Barely 20 minutes since midnight. It felt longer. I flexed my fingers, realizing they'd gone stiff. I stood up and paced the length of the office boots, whispering against the carpet. The motion helped a little, grounding me in my body. "This is still manageable," I said aloud, testing the sound of my voice. It echoed faintly off the walls, too loud in the confined space. "You've handled worse." That was true in a way. I'd dealt with aggressive tenants' break-in attempts, even a medical emergency once, when a guy collapsed in the lobby. Those situations had been stressful, but they'd made sense. There were protocols, steps to follow. This didn't fit into any protocol. I stopped pacing and looked back at the monitors. All feeds normal. No man, no movement, no sign that anything had changed. If I hadn't seen it myself, I might have believed the system over my own memory. I might have convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Fatigue, stress, too much quiet. But I knew what I'd seen. I knew the way he'd looked at the camera, the way he'd waited, the way he'd shown me the card. I sat back down and rested my hands on the keyboard again, feeling the faint vibration of the machine beneath my palms. The fan inside the computer hummed steadily now, a constant presence. I found myself focusing on the way you focus on a heartbeat when everything else feels uncertain. I opened a new incident report and stared at the blank field. How do you write something like that? Observed unidentified male on lobby camera. Subject appeared to use employee keycard. No corresponding access logs. Camera footage inconsistent. It sounded ridiculous even in my head. The kind of thing that would get you laughed out of the room by a supervisor who'd never worked a night shift in his life. I closed the report without saving it. For now, there was nothing I could prove. Nothing concrete to point to. Just a growing sense that the building wasn't behaving the way it should, that its systems were responding to something they refused to acknowledge. The radio hissed softly. The HVAC cycled on again, the warm air flowing through the vents with a faint rush that sounded almost like a sigh. I glanced at the monitors one more time, eyes lingering on the lobby feed, then the 5th floor, then the stairwell. Everything looked empty, but I no longer trusted that. Not when the logs didn't match reality. Not when the building could move, react, and respond without leaving a trace. And not when I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had shown itself to me on that camera hadn't done it by accident. It had wanted me to look. And now that I had, I wasn't sure it would let me stop. I was still staring at the access logs when the radio died. Not faded out, not dipped into static. It cut off mid-note, the sound snapping into silence so cleanly that my ears rang for a second afterward. The sudden absence of noise felt physical, like pressure popping inside my head. I lifted my gaze from the keyboard, every muscle in my shoulders tightening at once. Silence like that doesn't exist in buildings, not real ones. There's always something: air, moving wires, humming distant traffic, bleeding through concrete. This was different. The room felt vacuumed, stripped down to nothing but the low whir of the computer fan and my own breath, which I hadn't realized I was holding. I reached for the radio knob and turned it. Nothing. I tapped the side of the unit harder than necessary. Still nothing. No static, no hiss, no voice slipping through. The little red indicator light that showed the channel was active had gone dark. Great, I muttered. I leaned back in my chair and rubbed my temples, trying to shake off the growing tightness behind my eyes. One thing at a time, I told myself. Equipment fails. Radios break. That didn't mean anything. It didn't have to mean anything. Then the building cleared its throat. That was the only way I could describe it. A soft click echoed through the walls, followed by a low electronic tone, brief, controlled, unmistakably intentional. It wasn't loud, but it carried. The kind of sound you feel more than hear, like the moment before an announcement in a train station or an airport. The overhead lights in the security office flickered once just enough to draw my attention upward. And then the intercom came on. At first, there was only static. A thin, dry hiss that seeped into the room from the ceiling speakers, barely louder than the air moving through the vents. I froze, eyes locked on the speaker grill above the door. The building's public address system was tied into the same network as the radios. If the radio had gone out, this shouldn't have been active. I stood up slowly, chair rolling back until it tapped the wall. "Hello?" I said, my voice sounding smaller than I expected. The static deepened, thickening into something textured, layered. Beneath it, I thought I could hear movement, like a microphone being adjusted or someone breathing too close to it. My heart thudded hard enough that I could feel it in my wrists. Then a voice came through. It wasn't distorted. It wasn't mechanical. It was calm. Daniel. My name. Spoken clearly, evenly, with the slightest pause afterward, as if whoever had said it was waiting to see if I'd respond. I didn't. I couldn't. Every instinct in my body screamed that something fundamental had just gone wrong. The intercom wasn't supposed to know my name. It didn't pull employee data. It wasn't voice activated. It was a one-way system, meant for announcements, fire alerts, generic messages that applied to everyone and no one at the same time. "Daniel," the voice said again. This time, it sounded closer, not louder, closer, as if the distance between the speaker and my ears had shortened without anything physically moving. My throat tightened. I forced myself to swallow the sound loud in the sudden quiet between words. "Who is this?" I asked. The question echoed, slightly swallowed by the room. For a moment, there was only static again, the hiss rising and falling like a shallow breath. Then the voice spoke. "Your shift is active." The words landed wrong, not threatening, not urgent, just factual, the way a system reports a status. I took a step backward without realizing it, my heel bumping into the edge of the desk. The computer fan whirred louder, as if reacting to my movement. Somewhere in the building, a door clicked softly, the sound distant and directionless. "That's not possible," I said. "I'm already clocked in." The static flared, then settled. "Your shift." The voice repeated, slower now, never ended. A chill ran through me, sharp and immediate. I looked down at my hands, half expecting them to be shaking. They weren't. They felt numb, disconnected, like they belonged to someone else. I glanced at the monitors, instinctively scanning for movement, for confirmation that someone, anyone, was actually in the building. Lobby empty, garage still, stairwell silent, fifth floor, the same dark stretch of carpet unchanged. No one else is here. I said more to convince myself than whoever or whatever was speaking. "You're alone." There was a pause, a long one. The static thinned until it was almost imperceptible, leaving the room suspended in a fragile quiet. In that space, I could hear the faint tick of the wall clock above the monitors, something I'd never noticed before. Each second felt too loud, too deliberate. Then the voice came back lower this time. "I know." My skin prickled. I took another step back, my shoulders brushing the wall. The security office suddenly felt too small, the ceiling too low. I became acutely aware of the fact that the intercom speakers weren't just in this room. They were everywhere, lobby hallways, stairwells every floor. The building could speak from anywhere it wanted. "How do you know my name?" I asked. The words tasted wrong as soon as they left my mouth. I knew, even as I asked, that there wouldn't be an answer that made sense. The static surged, then cleared. "Authorization confirmed," the voice said. Something in my chest tightened painfully. That phrase wasn't random. It was pulled straight from the system language, the same generic confirmation used when a key card was accepted, when a door unlocked, when access was granted. I didn't authorize anything, I snapped. The intercom clicked softly, like a tongue against teeth. "You did," the voice replied, "when you stayed." The lights flickered again, longer this time. One of the monitors blinked to black for a fraction of a second before returning to its feed. My pulse hammered in my ears, drowning out the computer fan, the HVAC, everything. Stayed where I demanded. No answer. I stood there back against the wall, listening to the static breathe through the speakers. The realization crept in slowly, cold and heavy. There was no one else in the building to be hearing this. No prankster with a microphone. No coworker messing with the system. The access logs were empty. The cameras were clear. The radio was dead. And yet, the building was speaking to me by name. "Daniel," the voice said again, softer now. Almost patient. "Please return to your station." My knees weakened. I pushed myself away from the wall and stumbled back toward the desk, driven by a reflex I didn't fully understand. Station. It sounded like a command, something drilled into you during training until you stopped questioning it. I sat down heavily, the chair creaking beneath me. The intercom fell silent. The lights stabilized. The monitors hummed steadily, their images unchanged. For a moment, it was as if nothing had happened at all, as if the last minute had been a hallucination brought on by stress and fatigue. I stared at the ceiling speaker, waiting for it to speak again. It didn't. I checked the clock with shaking hands. 12:26 a.m., less than half an hour since midnight. Less than half an hour since the night had started to slip. I looked at the access logs one more time, searching for anything new. Still blank. No record of the intercom activation. No record of a voice command. No record of my name being spoken into an empty building. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes. The afterimage of the monitors burned into my vision. My heart was still racing, but beneath that was something worse, a creeping certainty that whatever had addressed me over the speakers hadn't needed a log to know who I was. The building knew my name, and it had said it the way someone does when they're sure you're listening. The way someone does when they expect you to answer. I stayed at my desk long after the intercom went silent. Not because I thought it might speak again, though that fear lingered tight and unpleasant, but because moving felt like a mistake. As if standing up, stepping away, or even turning my head too quickly might trigger something else. Something waiting for me to break whatever fragile stillness had settled over the room. The security office felt different now. Not darker, not colder, just attentive. The monitors hummed in their usual way, CRT glass, glowing faintly images, steady and unremarkable. The lobby feed showed empty tile and reflected light. The fifth-floor hallway remained unchanged, the same dark patch of carpet swallowing a strip of the frame. Everything looked normal enough that if someone else had walked in right, then they would have assumed nothing was wrong. But I knew better. I could feel it in the way my shoulders refused to relax, in the way my eyes kept drifting toward the ceiling speaker, even though it had gone quiet. The building had said my name. That wasn't something you could unknow. It wasn't something you could rationalize away with tiredness or stress. I checked the clock again. 12:31 a.m. 5 minutes had passed since the intercom incident. 5 minutes that felt stretched thin, like time itself had been pulled taut. I forced myself to go back to basics. If something else happened, if the building spoke again, if another elevator moved, if a camera glitched, I needed to be ready to document it. That was the job. Observe, record, stay objective. I reached for my phone to check the time one more time, partly to ground myself, partly out of habit. The screen lit up. A notification sat there, centered and unmistakable. Voicemail. My stomach dropped. I hadn't heard my phone ring. It hadn't vibrated in my pocket or on the desk. There had been no buzz, no alert sound, no indication that a call had come through at all. Just a voicemail notification sitting there quietly, like it had always been there, and I was only now noticing it. I stared at it for several seconds before touching the screen. My first thought, irrational but immediate, was that it was spam. A robocall. One of those empty voicemails where no one says anything and you delete it without listening. I wanted that to be true more than anything else in that moment. I checked the details. No number. Just a blank field where the caller ID should have been. Below it, the timestamp. 12:03 a.m. I frowned. That didn't make sense. It was nearly midnight now. If someone had left a voicemail at 12:03, I should have seen the notification earlier. Even if my phone had been on silent, even if the signal had dipped, it wouldn't delay something like that by almost 30 minutes. Unless it hadn't arrived then, unless it had been sent then. My thumb hovered over the screen. For a brief moment, I considered not listening to it at all. I could delete it, pretend it never existed, go back to watching the monitors and waiting for the shift to end. Whatever had been happening so far had stayed contained within the building's systems. Cameras, intercoms, elevators. My phone felt different. It was mine, personal, separate from the building. I pressed play. At first, there was nothing. No greeting. No voice introducing itself. Just a low, almost imperceptible sound beneath the silence. I leaned forward instinctively, bringing the phone closer to my ear. That's when I realized what I was hearing. Breathing. Not loud. Not labored. Just slow, steady inhalations and exhalations recorded so close to the microphone that I could hear the faint, wet click at the back of the throat. The kind of sound you hear when someone is standing just inches away from you in a quiet room. My chest tightened. The breathing didn't match my own. I tested it, without thinking, held my breath for a second, then let it out slowly. The breathing on the voicemail continued unchanged. There was no background noise, no static, no echo. Just that intimate, intrusive sound, like the caller had been alone in a small space when they recorded it. I glanced at the monitors, reflexively, half expecting to see someone standing somewhere I'd missed. Everything remained empty. I brought my attention back to the phone. The breathing went on for several seconds, long enough to become unbearable. Long enough that my skin started to crawl with the certainty that whoever had recorded it knew exactly how unsettling it would be to listen to. Then a voice spoke. It was quiet, calm, so close to the microphone that it sounded like it was inside my ear rather than coming from the speaker. Your shift ended already. The words were delivered without emotion. No threat, no urgency, just a statement of fact. I pulled the phone away from my face like it had burned me. My heart hammered hard enough that I felt dizzy. The room around me seemed to tilt slightly, as if my sense of balance had gone off by a few degrees. I replayed the words in my head, the cadence, the tone. It was the same phrase the intercom had used earlier. Not similar, the same. I played the voicemail again. This time, I listened more carefully, forcing myself to pay attention to the details instead of the fear. The breathing sounded identical, same rhythm, same distance. The voice too. No distortion, no digital artifacts. Whoever it was had spoken clearly, confidently. I checked the length, 8 seconds. I let it play through to the end. There was no click, no hang-up sound. The breathing simply stopped cutting off mid-exhale. The voicemail ended. I sat there, phone resting loosely in my hand, staring at the darkened screen. "This is a prank," I said out loud. The words sounded hollow in the quiet office. I opened the voicemail details again, scrolling for anything I'd missed. Carrier info, network data, anything that would tell me where it came from. The caller field was still empty. No number, no blocked ID, nothing. I checked my call history. No incoming calls at 12:03 a.m. No missed calls at all. Just the voicemail. I felt a cold sweat break out along my spine. I wiped my palm on my pants and forced myself to think logically. Phones glitch sometimes. Voicemails could get corrupted. Maybe the timestamp was wrong. Maybe it was an old message that had resurfaced somehow. I looked at the date. December 31st. Today. The same date. I checked the time on the system monitor. 12:34 a.m. I rewound the voicemail again, lowering the volume slightly this time. I wanted to hear the breathing more clearly, without it feeling so invasive. The sound was unmistakably human. I could hear the subtle variation between breaths. The way the inhale was a fraction longer than the exhale. The faint shift in pressure, like the person had moved slightly while recording. It wasn't a loop. It wasn't synthetic. It was someone breathing into my phone. I became acutely aware of the sounds in the security office again. The computer fan, whirring steadily. The HVAC humming faintly as it cycled. The absence of the radio, which still hadn't come back on. The contrast made the voicemail feel even more wrong. Too clean, too isolated. I checked the phone's signal strength. Full bars. No missed notifications. No alerts explaining a delay. "How did you get this number?" I whispered, though I knew no one would answer. The building didn't respond. I checked the intercom logs again, even though I already knew what I'd find. Nothing. No record of the system being used. No announcement logged. No voice input detected. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes for a moment, pressing my fingers against my eyelids until the world went white and then dark again. My pulse throbbed behind my temples. The voicemail had been sent at 12:03 a.m. That was important. I opened the security log timeline and scrolled back, lining events up in my head. 12:00 a.m. Midnight passes. 12:01 a.m. First flicker. 12:03 a.m. Voicemail sent. 12:08 a.m. Man appears on lobby camera. Whatever this was, it hadn't started with the man. It had started earlier, with me. I opened the voicemail one more time this time, watching the timestamp closely as it played. I noticed something I hadn't before. The progress bar didn't move smoothly. It advanced in tiny, uneven jumps, as if the recording wasn't meant to be played back in a linear way. I tilted the phone slightly, bringing the speaker closer. On the third replay, I caught something new. Beneath the breathing, barely audible, so faint, I thought I might be imagining it. There was another sound, a low, rhythmic hum. It wasn't static. It wasn't white noise. It sounded mechanical, familiar. My stomach twisted as recognition set in. It was the HVAC. Not just any HVAC, the building's system. The same low hum that filled the halls when everything else was quiet. The same rhythm I'd been listening to all night, which meant whoever recorded that voicemail had been inside the building. At 12:03 a.m., I looked up sharply at the monitor, scanning for any sign of movement. Lobby, garage, stairwell, 5th floor, all empty. I checked the access logs again, still blank. The idea that someone could be in the building, breathing close enough to record a voicemail while remaining invisible to the cameras and logs, made my stomach churn. This wasn't a prank anymore. It wasn't a glitch. It was proximity. I locked the phone and set it face down on the desk, as if that might contain it. My hands were shaking now, the tremor impossible to ignore. I curled my fingers into fists, grounding myself in the pressure. Think, I muttered. Just think. The voicemail hadn't threatened me. It hadn't demanded anything. It had simply stated something that wasn't true. Your shift ended already. Or maybe it was. The thought slipped in uninvited, cold and unsettling. I checked the time again. 12:38 a.m. The building remained quiet. The intercom stayed silent. The elevator indicators were dark. If not for the voicemail, I might have convinced myself the worst was over, that whatever had happened earlier had burned itself out. But the phone sat there on the desk, between me and the monitors, heavy with unasked questions. The voicemail hadn't been meant to scare me. It had been meant to inform me. And the fact that it had come from a closed line, no number, no call, no trace, told me something I wasn't ready to accept yet. Whatever was speaking to me didn't need the systems I relied on. It didn't need cameras. It didn't need logs. It knew my name. It knew my schedule. And it knew exactly when to reach me. At 12:03 a.m., while the building was still pretending nothing had changed, I told myself I wouldn't play the voicemail again. That was the first lie I caught myself telling that night. I left the phone face down on the desk, right between the keyboard and the edge of the monitor stand, like it was something that might move if I wasn't watching it. I tried to focus on the screens instead, the predictable rectangles of empty space, the looping calm of nothing happening. Lobby, garage, stairwell, 5th floor, all unchanged, all silent. But the longer I stared at them, the more my attention drifted back to the phone. It sat there quietly doing nothing, which somehow made it worse. If it had kept buzzing, kept lighting up, I could have reacted to it. Silence gave my mind too much room to work. It replayed the message for me whether I wanted it to or not. The breathing, the closeness, the way the voice spoke, like it wasn't asking permission to be heard. Your shift ended already. I checked the time again. 12:41 a.m. I picked the phone up before I fully realized what I was doing. My thumb hovered over the voicemail icon, hesitating just long enough for a thin thread of dread to tighten in my chest. Part of me was afraid that if I played it again, it would change, that the words would be different, or closer, or say something new I wasn't ready to hear. I pressed play. The breathing filled my ear immediately. Even expecting it didn't help. There was something about hearing it again, knowing it was coming, that made it more invasive, not less. The sound bypassed the rational part of my brain, entirely triggering a physical response I couldn't control. My shoulders tensed, my jaw clenched. I became acutely aware of the distance between my ear and the phone, the absurd closeness of it. I listened all the way through. 8 seconds. I replayed it. Again. I lowered the volume slightly, then raised it, experimenting like there was something hidden in the sound that I hadn't caught yet. I tried holding the phone farther away, then closer, as if distance might reveal something new. Each time the breathing remained steady, intimate, unbothered by my attempts to analyze it. On the fourth replay, I noticed my hands were shaking. I set the phone down, harder than I meant to, the sound of it hitting the desk, sharp in the quiet room. My heart was beating too fast now, the rhythm uneven. I pushed my chair back and stood needing to move, needing to burn off the static energy crawling under my skin. I paced the length of the security office booths, whispering against the carpet. 3 steps to the door. Turn. 3 steps back. The routine helped a little, gave my body something repetitive to latch onto. Get a grip, I muttered. I'd handled stressful situations before. This wasn't the first time I'd been alone in a building at night with something strange happening. I'd heard unexplained noises, seen shadows that turned out to be reflections, chased false alarms that ended in nothing. Fear feeds on uncertainty, I reminded myself. The best way to kill it was information. So I started documenting everything. I pulled a legal pad from the drawer beneath the desk, the paper stiff and unused. I flipped to the first page and wrote the date at the top in block letters. December 31st. Below it, I wrote the time. 12:43 a.m. Then I hesitated, pen hovering. How do you write down something like this without sounding insane? I started with facts, or what I thought were facts. Voicemail received with no incoming call. Timestamp 12:03 a.m. Caller ID blank. Message length 8 seconds. Content breathing. Voice says, your shift ended already. Seeing it written out like that made it feel smaller, somehow more manageable. Words on paper had weight, but they also had limits. They stayed where you put them. I sat back down and glanced at the monitors again, forcing myself to note what I was seeing. Lobby empty. Garage empty. Stairwell no movement. 5th floor unchanged. I wrote those down, 2 timestamping each observation. It was something I'd learned early on in the job. When things didn't make sense, you anchored yourself in routine. Documentation gave you control, or at least the illusion of it. The phone buzzed in my hand. I jumped so hard my chair rolled backward, slamming into the wall. The legal pad slid across the desk pen, skittering off the edge and clattering onto the floor. The sound echoed in the small room, embarrassingly loud. My heart pounded as I looked down at the phone. No new notification, just the screen lighting up from where my thumb had brushed it. I exhaled shakily and rubbed a hand over my face. My skin felt hot, flushed. I picked the pen up from the floor and forced myself to sit again. You're fine, I said under my breath. You're just wired. I added another note. 12:47 a.m. Startled response to phone lighting up. No new message. I didn't like how that looked on the page. I replayed the voicemail again. This time, I closed my eyes while I listened, blocking out the visual distractions. Without the monitors in front of me, the sound seemed even closer, like it was coming from inside my head instead of the phone. The breathing filled the darkness behind my eyelids. I tried to count the breaths. In, out, in. They were steady, unhurried. Whoever or whatever had recorded this hadn't been nervous. There was no tremor, no hitch. The calmness of it was wrong, in a way that made my stomach twist. When the voice spoke, I paid attention to the inflection, the pause before the words, the lack of emphasis. It wasn't a warning. It wasn't a threat. It sounded like a status update. I opened my eyes and checked the time again. 12:52 a.m. Almost an hour since midnight. My eyelids felt heavy. Suddenly the adrenaline crash setting in. I hadn't realized how tense I'd been until the fatigue started to seep through. I leaned back in the chair, staring at the ceiling, and tried to take slow, even breaths. I wouldn't fall asleep here. I knew that. Even if I wanted to, my body wouldn't let me. Every small sound set my nerves on edge now, each one magnified by the expectation that it might mean something. The HVAC kicked on again, the rush of air through the vents making me flinch. I noted the time, automatically writing it down with a kind of grim focus. 12:53 a.m. HVAC cycle begins. I listened carefully as the sound filled the room. There it was again, that faint hum I'd noticed beneath the voicemail. The same rhythm, the same pitch. Hearing it now in person made my skin crawl. I scribbled another note. HVAC hum matches background noise in voicemail. The realization sat heavy in my chest. I replayed the voicemail one more time, holding the phone up and then glancing at the vent above the door, comparing the sounds. The match wasn't perfect. Recordings never were, but it was close enough to make my stomach churn. That meant the voicemail had been recorded somewhere inside the building. At 12:03 a.m., while I'd been sitting here, I wrote that down too, my handwriting growing tighter, more cramped. Possible recording location inside building. My thoughts started looping, then circling the same questions over and over without finding a place to land. How had it recorded from where? Why my phone? Why that time I checked the call history again, even though I'd already done it twice? Still nothing. No incoming calls. No missed calls. Just the voicemail, existing without context. The clock ticked forward. 1:04 a.m. I hadn't noticed the time passing. My notes filled half a page now, neat lines of observations and timestamps. I kept writing, recording every sound I heard, every small change in the room. 1:05 a.m. Distant metallic click, uncertain source. 1:07 a.m. Radio remains inactive. 1:10 a.m. Elevator indicator unchanged. Writing grounded me, but it also fed the obsession. Each note made me more aware of how closely I was listening, how tuned in I'd become to things I used to ignore. The building felt louder now, every system announcing itself in subtle ways. I replayed the voicemail again and again. I told myself I was looking for differences, for proof that it was changing. But really, I think I was checking to make sure it stayed the same, that the voice didn't say anything new. It didn't. 8 seconds. Breathing. Words. Silence. By the 10th replay, my ears felt hot, oversensitive. I lowered the phone and stared at the dark screen, my reflection faintly visible in it. I looked tired, older than I remembered feeling earlier that night. The lines around my eyes deeper, my expression tight and wary. I wondered briefly if this was how it started for people who cracked under pressure. Not with screaming or panic, but with fixation. With the need to understand something that refused to be understood. I checked the time again, 1:17 a.m. I hadn't slept, obviously, but the thought of sleep felt distant and impossible now. Even if I went home at the end of the shift, I knew I wouldn't be able to rest. The voicemail would follow me there, replaying in my head long after the phone was silent. I wrote one last note on the page, pressing the pen harder than necessary. Replay count lost track. I stared at those words for a long moment. That was when it hit me hard and unwelcome. This wasn't just about fear anymore. I needed to know what would happen next. The idea of deleting the voicemail, of turning my phone off, of trying to end this on my own terms. It felt wrong, like closing a book halfway through a chapter and pretending the story ended there. I looked back at the monitors, then at the phone, then at the notes scattered across the desk. I was still alone in the building. Nothing else had happened. And yet I felt watched in a way that had nothing to do with cameras. I replayed the voicemail one more time, listening to the breathing, letting the words settle over me. Your shift ended already. Maybe it was a lie. Or maybe it was a warning I hadn't understood yet. Either way, I knew one thing with uncomfortable clarity as the clock crept toward the early morning hours. Whatever had started at 12:03 a.m. wasn't finished. And I wasn't going to sleep until I knew why. I didn't notice the change right away. That's the part that bothers me the most when I think back on it. Not that the voicemail changed, but that it changed so subtly, my mind almost accepted it without question. Like a familiar sound, shifting pitch by half a note. Like a clock running just slightly fast enough that you don't realize something's wrong until hours have passed. I was sitting there with the phone in my hand, thumb hovering over the screen, legal pad open in front of me, the building breathing around me through vents and walls. I'd replayed the voicemail so many times that the rhythm of it had become predictable. Breathing, pause, words, silence, 8 seconds, always 8 seconds. I pressed play again. The breathing started the same as always, slow, steady, close enough to feel intrusive. I listened without blinking, counting the seconds in my head like I'd done before. 1, 2, 3. At first I thought I'd lost my place, that I'd miscounted. The breathing felt longer, not slower, just extended by a fraction of a second, as if whoever had recorded it had lingered before speaking. My stomach tightened. Then the voice came in. Your shift ended already, it said. Same tone, same calm delivery. I exhaled a little embarrassed at myself for jumping to conclusions. I was exhausted, wired. My brain was looking for changes because it expected them. The voicemail ended. 8 seconds. I glanced at the clock. 1:23 a.m. I told myself to stop. I set the phone down face up this time and forced my attention back to the monitors. I scanned them methodically, noting the emptiness, the stillness, the lack of movement. Nothing had changed there either. The building looked as indifferent as ever, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Something about that last playback sat wrong in my chest. The pause before the words. The sense that the message had waited for me instead of simply playing. I picked the phone up again. This is the last time I whispered, like making it a promise might give me some control. I pressed play, breathing. This time I closed my eyes and focused entirely on the sound. I tuned out the computer fan, the HVAC, the faint tick of the clock. I listened the way you listen when you're trying to hear someone approach from behind you without turning around. The breathing wasn't identical anymore. It was still steady, still calm, but there was a new texture to it, a slight hitch at the end of the inhale, so faint I might have missed it if I hadn't been obsessing over every detail. Like the person recording it had shifted their weight, like they were adjusting to something. Then the voice spoke. Your shift ended already, Daniel. I opened my eyes so fast, my vision blurred. My name. It hadn't been there before. I pulled the phone away from my ear, staring at the screen, like it might show me something new. My heart hammered painfully against my ribs, each beat loud enough to drown out the room for a split second. No, I said aloud. No, that's not right. I replayed it immediately, hands shaking now, my careful note-taking forgotten. Breathing. Pause. Your shift ended already, Daniel. Same words, same placement, same calm certainty. The voicemail ended. 9 seconds. I checked the length again to make sure I wasn't imagining it. 0:09. It had grown by a second. I swallowed hard and looked at the legal pad, flipping back to the earlier notes. I'd written it down. 8 seconds, multiple times. I hadn't imagined that. I added a new line, my handwriting jagged and uneven. 1:24 a.m. Voicemail content changed. Name added. The implications hit me all at once, a cold rush that made my fingers tingle. The voicemail wasn't static. It wasn't a fixed recording. It was responding. I sat there frozen, staring at the phone, afraid to touch it and afraid not to. The idea that the message could change based on how many times I listened to it or when made my skin crawl in a way nothing else that night had. It knew my name. The building knew my name. And now this voice was using it. I checked the call details again, my movements frantic now, no longer controlled. Still no number. Still no record of a call. Just the message sitting there, like it belonged. I glanced up at the monitors, half expecting to see someone standing somewhere watching me react. Nothing. The building remained empty. I forced myself to breathe slowly, counting each inhale, each exhale, trying to steady my hands. My thoughts raced ahead of me, jumping to conclusions I wasn't ready to face. How did it know when I was listening? How did it know how many times I'd played it? I pressed play again, despite the fear coiling tighter in my chest. The breathing started closer than before, louder somehow, like the microphone had been brought nearer to a mouth. Then the voice spoke. "Your shift ended already, Daniel," it said. There was the slightest pause, barely perceptible. Then one more word slipped in at the end so quietly it almost blended into the breath. "Stay." I jerked the phone away, a sharp gasp tearing out of me before I could stop it. The word echoed in my head, small and heavy and deliberate. Stay. Not a command shouted, not a threat, just a suggestion, an expectation. I stared at the phone, my reflection warped across the dark screen. My own eyes looked wide, unrecognizable. I felt exposed, like something had just leaned in closer to me without crossing a physical distance. I checked the length again. 0:10. 10 seconds now. The message was growing. I didn't replay it again. I couldn't. I set the phone down on the desk, as carefully as if it were fragile, then pushed it a few inches away from me. My heart was racing, my mouth dry. I became aware of the building again. The vents breathing the lights, humming the faint electrical presence of systems running behind walls. It felt like all of it was listening now. I leaned back in my chair and stared at the ceiling, trying to make sense of what was happening without letting panic take over. This wasn't random. This wasn't a glitch or a prank. It was adaptive. Whatever had sent that voicemail was aware of me in a way that went beyond cameras or logs or systems. It knew when I listened. It knew how often. It knew my name. And it was changing its message accordingly. I glanced at the clock one more time. 1:27 a.m. The shift was far from over. And for the first time since midnight, the thought settled in my chest with terrifying clarity. If the voicemail could change when I listened, what would happen when I stopped? I made it to morning, but I didn't finish the shift. That's the first thing I want to be clear about. There was no neat ending where the sun came up and everything snapped back into place. I didn't walk out feeling relieved, joking about a weird night, promising myself I'd get some sleep and forget it. I walked out of that building, with my body still locked in that tense listening posture, as if the intercom might clear its throat again, as if the elevator might ding behind me, as if a voice could slip into my ear from a deadline at any second. The worst part was how normal the world looked outside. The parking lot had a thin glaze of ice that glittered under the early light. The sky was pale and cloudless, the kind of winter morning that feels clean and sterile. A plow had come through at some point and left ridges of dirty snow along the curb. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear a car radio playing something upbeat, probably someone driving home after a party, still living in the version of New Year's Eve where midnight meant a reset. I sat in my car for a long time before turning the key. I kept checking my phone, half expecting the screen to light up again, half expecting the voicemail to grow another second to add another word. When nothing happened, I didn't feel better. The silence felt like a pause, not an end. Like something had simply stopped speaking because it didn't need to. I drove home with the radio off. Every sound inside the car seemed amplified, the soft tick of the turn signal, the faint rattle of the heat blowing through the vents, the whisper of tires on wet asphalt. At red lights, I found myself looking at the rearview mirror, too often scanning for headlights that might be following too close. When I pulled into my apartment lot, I checked the back seat before getting out the way you check after watching a horror movie and telling yourself you're being ridiculous. Inside my apartment, the air was stale and quiet. The refrigerator hummed. The heating unit clicked. Everything sounded too similar to the building, too mechanical, too rhythmic. I stood in the kitchen, shoes still on, and listened until I realized I was holding my breath again. I didn't sleep. I tried. I lay on top of the bed covers because it felt wrong to commit fully to rest. I closed my eyes and told myself to relax my shoulders, unclench my jaw. Every time I started to drift, my mind would yank me awake with a replay of the voicemail breathing pause, my name, that last soft word, stay. By late morning, I gave up and sat at the kitchen table with a mug of coffee I barely tasted. I opened my notes app and transcribed everything from the legal pad, then rewrote it cleaner, trying to make it sound objective. I told myself I was doing it in case I needed to report it, in case it happened again, in case I needed proof. But I already knew the problem with proof. The footage didn't match reality. The logs didn't record what happened. The voicemail had come from nowhere. Evidence was slippery, the kind that evaporated when you tried to hold it up to the light. Around noon, my phone buzzed with a Happy New Year text from an old coworker. I stared at it for a full minute before responding. The message felt like it belonged to a different timeline, a different version of my life, where New Year's Eve was just another holiday, not a crack in something fundamental. I didn't mention the night to anyone, not to the building manager, not to the security supervisor, not even to the day guard, the one who'd relieved me. I thought about it, especially when I pictured myself standing in that small office, explaining that the intercom had said my name and the voicemail had changed when I listened. I could already hear the polite silence on the other end of that conversation, the careful nods, the thin smile of someone deciding you were either joking or unstable. And the truth was, I didn't trust myself enough to say it out loud. Saying something makes it real. Saying something means someone else gets to look at you and decide whether to believe you. I wasn't ready for that yet. So instead, I did what people do when they're scared. But trying to stay functional, I worked around it. I took extra shifts for the next few days, but I traded away the late night hours. I asked to be scheduled earlier, blamed it on my sleep being off after the holiday. My supervisor didn't argue. They were always short-staffed. The building was a decent assignment, and I didn't want to lose it. I needed the paycheck, and part of me wanted to prove to myself I could go back in there and nothing would happen. For a week, it worked. The building was normal during daylight. Busy, noisy, filled with human clutter. Tenants came and went, carrying gym bags and coffee cups. The lobby smelled like perfume and cleaning solution. The elevators dinged constantly. The cameras showed a steady stream of ordinary movement. I told myself the night had been a one-off, some kind of system anomaly, stress, holiday weirdness. Maybe the intercom had picked up a cross-channel transmission. Maybe the voicemail had been a glitch that somehow pulled audio from a test recording. I forced explanations into place like bricks, stacking them until they resembled a wall I could hide behind. Then on January 8th, I had my first dream. It started like every boring work dream I'd ever had. I was back in the security office, sitting in the same chair, the same monitors humming in front of me. Everything looked normal. Lobby feed empty. 5th floor hallway quiet. The radio low in the background. The only difference was the silence. In the dream, the radio wasn't playing. There was no HVAC hum, no computer fan, no building noise at all. The room was impossibly quiet, as if the air had been removed. I remember looking down at my phone on the desk. It was face down, exactly where I'd left it that night. I reached for it not thinking, and the moment my fingers touched the screen, the intercom clicked on overhead. A soft electronic tone. Then my name, spoken clearly, calmly, Daniel. In the dream, I stood up too fast, the chair rolling backward. I tried to speak, but my throat wouldn't work. No sound came out. The intercom waited static, breathing softly. Then the voicemail started playing, not from my phone, but from the ceiling speaker, filling the room as if the building itself was holding the microphone. Breathing. Pause. Your shift ended already, Daniel. Pause. Stay. The word reverberated unnaturally, stretching out, turning into something heavier. In the dream, the monitors began to flicker one by one, each screen winking out until only the 5th floor hallway remained. That dark patch of carpet seemed to widen, spreading like spilled ink. And then I saw it. A figure at the end of the hallway, standing where the elevator doors should have been. Too far away to see clearly, but positioned perfectly, just like before. Facing the camera, looking directly at me. I woke up with my heart pounding and my sheets damp with sweat, my breath coming in short, shallow pulls like I'd been running. The room was dark, my apartment silent except for the refrigerator and the faint distant traffic outside. I grabbed my phone immediately, hands shaking. No new notifications, no voicemail. Still, I couldn't go back to sleep. The dream clung to me like smoke, the sound of my own name echoing in my head in that calm, patient voice. Over the next few nights, the dreams got worse. They were never dramatic in a movie way. No monsters, no gore. Just that building, that office, those monitors. The same sense of being watched. The same deliberate calm. Sometimes I'd dream I was walking through the lobby alone, the automatic doors opening behind me with a soft sigh. I'd hear the elevator ding somewhere above like it was being called from an empty floor. I'd look up and see the lobby camera dome, glass eye reflecting my own face back at me. And then the intercom would whisper my name. Sometimes I'd dream of the 5th floor hallway, the dim strip of shadow where the light was out. In the dream, I would step into that shadow and feel the air change, colder, heavier. I would hear breathing beside my ear and turned to find nothing there. I started sleeping with the TV on, not for comfort, but for noise. The constant chatter helped drown out the imaginary static the phantom hum. It was harder for my mind to conjure the building's silence when there was a sitcom laugh track filling my bedroom. It didn't help much. By mid-January, I was running on 3 or 4 hours of broken sleep a night. My face looked drawn in the mirror eyes rimmed red. I started making mistakes at work, forgetting to sign in on time, missing minor details on patrol. Little things that never used to slip. That's when I realized the problem wasn't just the building anymore. It was me. The night had gotten into my routine, my habits, the way I listened to silence. I couldn't sit in a quiet room without noticing the mechanical hum of something behind the walls. I couldn't hear static without thinking of the intercom clearing its throat. I became obsessed with the idea of control. If I could just stop thinking about it, maybe it would go away. If I quit, maybe it would have nowhere to reach me. On January 19th, I handed in my resignation. I didn't make it dramatic. I told my supervisor I'd found something with better hours. Which was technically true. I started applying for day jobs immediately, anything that kept me out of empty buildings at night. My supervisor barely blinked. People left security all the time. The strange part was how relieved I felt walking out that day, like I'd cut a thread that had been pulling tighter around my chest. For a few hours, I believed it. That night, I went to bed early. No TV, no noise. I told myself I was safe, that the building was behind me literally and figuratively. I fell asleep faster than I had in weeks, and at exactly 12:03 a.m., my phone buzzed on the nightstand. The vibration wasn't loud, but in the quiet apartment, it sounded like something alive trying to get my attention. The screen lit the room with a pale glow. I didn't touch it right away. I lay there frozen, staring at the light as if it might burn through my eyelids. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. After a long moment, I reached out and picked up the phone with shaking hands. Voicemail. No missed call. No number. Timestamp. 12:03 a.m. I didn't play it. I didn't have to. I knew what it would say. And that's when the reality finally cracked open in my mind, cold and undeniable. Quitting didn't end it. It wasn't tied to my job. It was tied to me. And whatever had reached me through that building had learned how to follow. The first thing I checked was my bank account. I don't know why I expected it to make me feel better. Maybe because numbers feel solid. Because money is one of the few things that usually leaves a trail you can follow backward. Deposits, dates, descriptions, proof that time passed and work was done. I sat at my kitchen table with my laptop open, the morning light filtering in through the blinds in thin, pale stripes. The apartment smelled faintly of cold coffee and dust. Everything felt ordinary in a way that made my skin crawl. I logged into my banking app, fingers stiff, and scrolled through the recent transactions. There it was. Or rather, there it wasn't. My paycheck from the first week of January had posted. Same amount as usual. Same description. Same timing. Nothing looked off at first glance. Then I realized what was missing. There was no overtime. New Year's Eve shifts were always coded differently. Time and a half clearly labeled. I'd worked dozens of them over the years. They stood out immediately when you scanned your statement. This one didn't. I refreshed the page, closed the app, opened it again, checked the previous month, then the one before that, comparing line by line like I might find a mistake if I stared long enough. Nothing. No extra hours. No holiday pay. No indication that I'd worked past midnight on December 31st at all. My stomach tightened. "Okay," I said quietly, the word feeling brittle in my mouth. "Okay." I told myself there was an explanation. Payroll errors happened. Systems lagged, especially after holidays. I closed the laptop and tried to move on with my day, but the thought followed me like a shadow. Every time my phone buzzed with an email or a notification, I flinched. By noon, I couldn't stand it anymore. I opened my work email. The inbox looked normal enough: schedule updates, a reminder about uniform standards, a message from HR about benefits enrollment. I scrolled back to the week of New Year's, searching for the shift posting. The volunteer sign-up, my confirmation. It wasn't there. I typed keywords into the search bar: New Year's Eve, overnight, holiday shift, nothing. I widened the date range and scrolled manually, heart-sinking with each page. There was no record of the shift, not even a cancellation notice, not even a placeholder. It was as if that night had never existed in the system at all. I leaned back in my chair and rubbed my face, pressing my palms into my eyes until the pressure hurt. The room around me felt too quiet again, that same oppressive stillness creeping in around the edges. I checked the time out of habit. 1:12 p.m. I picked up my phone and called the office. It rang twice before going to voicemail. I hung up and tried again, then a third time. On the fourth attempt, someone answered. "Security desk," a familiar voice said. It was Mark. He'd worked days longer than I had a steady presence, the kind of guy who never forgot a face. "Hey, it's Daniel," I said, forcing my voice to sound casual. "Quick question." There was a brief pause on the line. "Daniel, who?" Mark asked. I frowned. "Daniel. I work nights, Route 17 building." Another pause, longer this time. "Oh," he said slowly. "Right. You're new, right?" The word hit me like a slap. "New," I repeated. "No. I worked there for almost 2 years." The line crackled softly. I could hear Mark shifting on the other end, the sound of papers rustling, maybe a keyboard tapping. "Huh," he said. "That's weird. I don't see you on my list. You sure you're talking about the right site?" My grip tightened around the phone. I covered New Year's Eve. Overnight. Remember silence. Then a soft, uncomfortable laugh. Man, we didn't staff overnights that year. Budget cuts. After midnight, it was all remote monitoring. My mouth went dry. "That's not right," I said. "I was there. You relieved me in the morning." Another pause. "I worked that morning," Mark said carefully. "But I don't remember relieving anyone. I came in logged on and everything was already clear." The words felt unreal, like they were being spoken through water. Mark Weiss said, my voice tight now. "I need you to think. I was in that office. I signed in. I watched the monitors." "Look," he replied, sounding uneasy. "I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying I don't remember that." I swallowed hard. "Can you check the schedule? The old ones?" There was the sound of typing keys clacking in quick bursts. I imagined him leaning closer to his screen, brow furrowed. "Hang on," he said. The weight stretched. I stared at the wall across from me, my reflection faint in the dark glass of a framed photo. My face looked pale, drawn. "Okay," Mark said finally. "I'm looking at December and January. And, yeah, I don't see your name. Not on nights, not on days, not at that site." My chest tightened painfully. "That doesn't make sense," I said. "I have a badge. I had access." "I'm sure you did," he said quickly. "Maybe you were contracted through a different site or subbed in from somewhere else I quit," I said. The word came out sharper than I intended. I handed in my resignation 2 weeks ago. Another pause. You quit, Mark asked. Yes. I didn't know that, he said. No one mentioned it. I closed my eyes. Can you do me a favor? I asked quietly. Can you check HR? Just see if my name's in the system. Yeah, he said, though. He didn't sound confident. Yeah, I'll check. He put me on hold. The music that came through the line was tinny and distorted, looping after about 20 seconds. I listened to it with a detached part of my brain, noting how it rose and fell, how predictable it was compared to everything else in my life at that moment. After what felt like too long, Mark came back. Okay, he said slowly. So, this is awkward. What I asked. There's a Daniel in the system, he said. Different last name, different badge number. Started last summer, but that's not you, is it? No, I said, that's not me. Because he continued, I don't see any record of you ever being assigned to Route 17, or any site actually. The room seemed to tilt. What do you mean? I asked. I mean, he said carefully, I don't see a personnel file that matches your name and social. Not active, not inactive, nothing. I sat down heavily on the couch phone, pressed to my ear. The cushions felt too soft, like they might give way. That's impossible, I said. I know, Mark replied. I'm sorry, man. I wish I could help more. We ended the call shortly after that. I don't remember exactly what either of us said. I just remember the tone, uncertain, uncomfortable, the kind people use when they don't know how to deal with what you're asking. I sat there for a long time after the line went dead, staring at the blank screen of my phone. No record, no schedule, no payroll, no personnel file. It wasn't just the shift that was missing. It was me. I tried one more call that afternoon, this time to HR. I left a voicemail, careful and measured, asking them to call me back about a discrepancy in my records. When they did, the woman on the line was polite but firm. I'm not finding your file, she said. Are you sure you work directly for us? Yes, I said. I was issued a badge. I signed paperwork. Do you still have copies? She asked. I hesitated. I'd kept some things, old emails, a pay stub from early on the badge itself, in a drawer. But when I went to look, my hands shaking, I realized how flimsy it all was. The badge was just plastic. The emails were generic, easily mistaken for something else. The pay stub didn't list a site. I can send what I have, I said. Please do, she replied. We'll review it. They never followed up. Days passed, then a week. No email, no call. When I tried to reach them again, my messages went unanswered. In the meantime, I started reaching out to coworkers directly. Texts, calls, casual check-ins framed like I was just reconnecting. Most didn't respond. Those who did seemed confused. One guy asked me if I'd worked weekends. Another said my name sounded familiar but couldn't place me. One woman I'd trained with insisted we'd never met, even after I described the shift we'd shared, the small incident we'd handled together. I think you've got me mixed up with someone else, she said gently. I hung up and stared at the wall, my pulse racing. The more I tried to anchor myself in other people's memories, the less solid I felt. It was like grasping for something underwater. Every time I thought I had a hold, it slipped away. I pulled out the badge one night and held it up to the light. It looked real, worn, scratched in places. The kind of wear you don't get from something new. I ran my thumb over the surface, over the faint imprint where my name should have been printed. It wasn't there anymore. The plastic was smooth. No raised letters. No indentation. Just blank. I laughed then. A short, sharp sound that startled me with how close it sounded to a sob. That was when the fear shifted. Up until then, I'd been afraid of something following me, watching me, speaking to me through systems and recordings. Now I was afraid of something else entirely, that I was being erased, not dramatically, not all at once, but quietly, bureaucratically. The way records disappear when no one thinks to question them. I checked my phone again that night. No new voicemail, just the old one sitting there waiting. I didn't play it. I didn't need to. Because the message had already sunk in clear and unmistakable. I had worked a shift no one remembered. I had done a job I was never paid for, and according to every official record that mattered, I had never been there at all. I didn't go looking for proof because I wanted answers. I went looking because I couldn't stand the idea that the truth might stay scattered, half in my memory, half in a system that insisted I didn't exist. If I was going to unravel, I wanted it to be over something solid, something I could point to and say, there, that's where it broke. The opportunity came from an unexpected place. 3 nights after my last call with HR went unanswered, I received an automated email. No greeting, no explanation, just a subject line that made my chest tighten the moment I read it. Security systems, maintenance, temporary access. Granted, I almost deleted it. It looked like spam. The kind of generic message companies sent out when vendors ran diagnostics or patched software. But then I saw the timestamp. Sent 12:02 a.m., 1 minute before the voicemail time. My pulse quickened. I opened the email. Inside was a short paragraph explaining that due to a scheduled system audit, temporary read-only access would be granted to former staff accounts for verification purposes. Below that, a link. And beneath the link, a line of text that made my hands go cold. Access remains active for 24 hours. I didn't remember requesting access. I didn't remember authorizing anything. But the email was addressed to me. Full name, correct spelling. The same formatting my company used for internal notices. I waited until morning to click the link. I told myself it was smarter that way, that I'd think more clearly in daylight, that the building wouldn't feel as close when the sun was up. None of that helped. The login portal loaded slowly, its familiar blue-gray interface filling the screen. My reflection stared back at me from the dark glass of the laptop, eyes tired, wary. I entered my old credentials without really expecting them to work. They did. The dashboard opened like it always had. Camera feeds, system status, access control. Everything looked unchanged, frozen in a version of the job that apparently no longer existed for anyone but me. I clicked into the access control panel first. If the system insisted I hadn't been there, I wanted to see what it thought had happened. The page populated with a list of user IDs, each paired with a status indicator: active, inactive, offline. I scanned the names. Most were familiar supervisors, day guards, maintenance staff, all marked inactive, offline. I scrolled. More names, more gray indicators, no green. My throat tightened. I filtered by date, December 31st, January 1st. The list shortened, and then near the top I saw it. Active user D, Klein my ID, highlighted in green. I stared at it for a long moment, my brain refusing to process what my eyes were telling it. Active, not was active, not had been active. Active now. I checked the system clock displayed in the corner of the screen. 11:47 a.m. Pure broad daylight. I wasn't logged in at the building. I wasn't on shift. I wasn't even employed there anymore. And yet, according to the system, my ID was still active. Worse than that, when I expanded the details, the activity log showed no logout event, no clock out, no session termination, no end, just a start time. Login initiated December 31st, 11:58 p.m. I felt dizzy. That was the moment I'd arrived, the moment I'd sat down at the desk, coffee in hand, thinking it would be the quietest shift of the year. The system showed nothing after that. No interruptions, no handoff, no relief guard logging in. Just my ID active continuously since that moment. I scrolled further, heart pounding, afraid of what I'd find, and more afraid of what I wouldn't. The system summary, loaded beneath the log. Concurrent users. 1, I whispered no without meaning to. The system thought I was the only one there. The only one logged in. The only one who had ever been logged in. I clicked into the audit trail, fingers numb now. Lines of data filled the screen, timestamps, permissions, automated checks. The kind of thing you normally skim without thinking. But now, every line felt personal. 12:03 a.m. Audio output initiated. 12:03 a.m. Voice message delivered. 12:08 a.m. Elevator call authorized. 12:26 a.m. PA system access granted. Each entry was tagged with the same identifier. User decline. My breath came shallow and fast. I leaned back in my chair, the room spinning slightly. According to the system, I hadn't witnessed those events. I had authorized them. I had triggered the intercom. I had initiated the voicemail. I had called the elevator. I scrolled back up, searching desperately for another name, another ID, anything that would break the pattern. There wasn't one. No unidentified user, no error flag, no external access, just me. I stood up abruptly, chair scraping against the floor, and paced the length of my apartment. The walls felt closer than they should have, the air thick. I tried to remember what I'd actually been doing at 12:03 a.m., where my hands had been, what buttons I'd pressed. I hadn't touched the intercom. I hadn't used the PA. I hadn't recorded a voicemail. Or had I? The thought slithered in, unwelcome and cold. What if the system wasn't wrong? What if it hadn't added my name to those actions, but simply recorded what it perceived as the same source? What if to the building there was no meaningful difference between me sitting at the desk and whatever had spoken through the speakers? I returned to the laptop and leaned in closer, scanning the metadata for the voicemail entry. The audio source field was blank. No microphone ID, no handset reference, just a location tag. Origin internal. I laughed, then a thin, brittle sound that echoed too loudly in my apartment. Internal, I repeated. I closed the laptop and pressed my palms against my eyes, trying to block out the image of that green status indicator. Active, ongoing, unresolved. When I opened them again, the room looked unchanged. Sunlight still filtered through the blinds. The refrigerator still hummed. The world outside my window continued on without me. But something fundamental had shifted. The fear I'd been carrying, the sense of being followed, of being targeted by something external, finally collapsed under its own weight. In its place was something worse. The realization that in every system that mattered, I hadn't been a victim. I'd been the sole participant. The building hadn't seen two entities that night. It hadn't seen a man and something else. It had seen one continuous presence, one ID, one shift. And it hadn't clocked me out because from its perspective, I'd never left. I checked the time again. 11:59 a.m. In 1 minute, it would be 12:00. I sat down slowly, eyes drifting to my phone on the table. The voicemail icon waited there unchanged, silent. I didn't play it. I didn't need to anymore. Because the final, unbearable thought had already settled into place, heavy and inescapable, if the system believed I was still on shift. Then maybe the voicemail wasn't wrong. Maybe my shift really had ended already. And I was the only one who hadn't realized it. After I saw my ID glowing green on that system dashboard, active like a wound that refused to close, I stopped trying to convince myself it was a mistake. I stopped calling HR, stopped texting coworkers who responded with confused sympathy or didn't respond at all. I stopped chasing explanations that depended on other people agreeing that my life had happened. Instead, I did the one thing that still felt possible. I went looking for the building. Not physically, at least not at first. I didn't drive back to Route 17. I didn't stand in that empty parking lot and stare up at the glass like it might blink. I couldn't. The thought of being near it again made my stomach clench, made my palms sweat, made my mind replay the intercom tone like a phantom sound. So I stayed in my apartment and treated it like an investigation, the way you do when you're scared, but still pretending you're in control. If the building could erase records of me, maybe it couldn't erase records of itself. Buildings had histories, permits, inspection reports, lawsuits, newspaper clippings, the kind of paper trail that remained even when people tried to bury it. I opened my laptop and started with the simplest search terms: the building's address, the property management company's name, an incident, then accident, then death. Then when that turned up, nothing obvious. Route 17 security guard. The results were mostly boring. Leasing pages, Yelp reviews, a few local forum threads about parking and noise. One post complained about an elevator that always stops on 5 for no reason, which made my skin prickle, but the thread was from years ago and ended with someone saying maintenance had fixed it. I kept digging. I searched public records next, pulling up municipal documents and archived planning board minutes. My browser filled with PDFs, dense, lifeless pages full of zoning language and permit numbers. I skimmed them anyway, looking for anything that felt out of place, anything that hinted at a problem the glossy brochures didn't mention. Around 2:17 a.m., I found my first real crack. It wasn't a headline. It wasn't even a story. It was a short line buried in an older inspection report: fire alarm system upgraded following incident Show 1/01/2012. The date made my throat tighten. January 1st, New Year's Day. I clicked through the references until I found a permit record tied to the upgrade. The permit listed a contractor, a work order, and most importantly, a note explaining why the upgrade had been required. The language was vague, as if whoever wrote it had been instructed not to be specific. Mandatory revision due to failure of emergency communication during overnight event. I stared at that sentence for a long time. Emergency communication, overnight event, failure. The intercom had spoken my name. The PA system had come alive in an empty building. My phone had received a voicemail from nowhere. And now, sitting in my apartment with the blinds drawn and my laptop humming, I was staring at a dry bureaucratic note that suggested something similar had happened before, something serious enough to force a system upgrade. I opened a new tab and searched the date directly. January 1st, 2012, plus Route 17, plus building address. The first few results were irrelevant. Traffic accidents, weather reports, New Year's arrests. I refined the search adding security guard injury incident. That's when I found it. A local news archive, one of those sites that looked like it hadn't been updated since the early 2000s, with clunky menus and faded banners. The article itself was short, almost dismissive, written the way local papers write about things that aren't supposed to scare people. Overnight medical emergency at Route 17 property. No names in the headline. No drama. But when I opened it, my stomach sank. The article described a late-night incident on New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. A security employee was found in the building's service corridor during a routine morning check. The paper called it a medical event and noted that there were no signs of a break-in or foul play. Paramedics responded. The employee was transported. That was it. No follow-up. No outcome. No mention of a cause. But there was one detail that stood out, a detail I couldn't stop reading and rereading. The building's internal communication system reportedly activated repeatedly during the incident. I sat back in my chair so suddenly it rolled a few inches and bumped the wall. My chest felt tight, the air in my apartment suddenly too thin. I glanced instinctively at my phone on the table, half expecting it to light up again. It stayed dark. I went back to the article, scrolling down to the comments section, because local news sites always had one, and because people were always careless with details in the comments. They said things they shouldn't. They speculated. They remembered. Most comments were nonsense. People arguing about property taxes. Someone making a joke about security guards sleeping on the job. But then halfway down, I saw a comment that made my skin crawl. It wasn't long. It wasn't dramatic. It was just a name. My cousin worked with him. Poor guy. Curtis never came back after that night. Curtis. I read it again. Then again. A name anchored into the chaos like a nail. I opened another tab and searched Curtis plus security guard, Pup plus Route 17. This time, results came faster, as if the internet had been waiting for me to type the right combination of words. I found a brief mention in a union newsletter, archived as a scanned PDF. It listed workplace incidents and wellness reminders. Most of it was generic back safety, hydration shift fatigue, but in the middle, there was a line that made my throat go dry. In memory of Curtis M., who suffered a fatal event while on duty, New Year's Eve shift. Fatal. The words stared back at me, black and simple on the page. A fatal event while on duty. New Year's Eve shift. I felt a cold sensation spread through my stomach, heavy and slow. The building's glossy brochures had never mentioned a death. The management site had never referenced it. But here it was, tucked into an internal document no one would think to search. Curtis, the last guard. I scrolled the newsletter further, looking for details. There weren't many. Just a short paragraph about the importance of not working alone, about reporting strange system behavior, about taking breaks. It read like a cautionary statement wrapped in corporate politeness. But one sentence stood out. He reported repeated PA activations and anomalous elevator calls prior to the event. My hands went numb. That was me. That was my night. Intercom, elevator, systems behaving as if someone else was there. I closed my eyes and pressed my fingertips to my temples. The room around me felt suddenly far away, like I was hearing it through a wall. The refrigerator hummed. The laptop fan whirred. Somewhere outside, a car passed, tires hissing on wet pavement. And beneath all of it in my mind, I heard that soft electronic tone before the intercom spoke, the building clearing its throat. I opened my eyes and kept reading. The newsletter didn't give the last name, just an initial. Curtis M. It didn't list an age. It didn't say what happened exactly. Fatal event could mean anything. Heart attack, stroke, an accident. It was vague on purpose, but the pattern was not vague. Curtis had been on a New Year's Eve shift. Curtis had reported strange system activity. Curtis had not come back after that night. I searched deeper, chasing anything tied to his name. I found a small obituary in an online archive. It was brief, written in that soft, careful tone families use when they don't want strangers asking questions. No cause of death listed. Just passed, suddenly beloved will be missed. The memorial page had a photo. A man in his late 40s, maybe early 50s. Dark hair, clean shaven, a faint mark on his left cheek like a healed scratch. My breath caught. I leaned closer to the screen, heart pounding. The photo wasn't high quality. It looked like it had been scanned from an older print. But the face was familiar in a way that made my stomach turn. The set of the mouth. The flat, controlled expression. The eyes calm, too calm. I told myself it was coincidence. I told myself it was my brain connecting dots because it wanted an answer, because it needed the shape of a person to attach the fear to. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd seen him before. Not in person. On a camera. Standing under the lobby lens, like he wanted to be recognized. I sat there staring at Curtis's photo until my eyes burned. My hand drifted to the legal pad I'd been keeping since the night of New Year's Eve, flipping back through pages of timestamps and notes. Voicemail. Intercom. Elevator call. Name spoken. All of it suddenly felt less like random haunting and more like a repeating script, like the building had a pattern. It followed a rhythm that resurfaced every year when the clock rolled past midnight. I looked at the calendar on my phone. It was mid-January now. New Year's had already passed. And yet the building system still showed my ID as active, still running, still unresolved. The idea lodged in my chest with slow, icy certainty. Curtis hadn't just died on shift. Something about that shift had continued. Something had remained logged in. Maybe not his badge, maybe not his body, but something. I clicked back to the news article and reread that line about the internal communication system activating repeatedly. I imagined the building speaking into empty hallways, calling out to someone who couldn't answer. I imagined Curtis in that small security office staring at monitors, hearing his own name spoken through the ceiling speaker, trying to convince himself it was nothing. And then I imagined what it must feel like to realize you were alone. Truly alone. Not just in the building, in the records, in the logs, in the memory of everyone else. I shut the laptop slowly, the screen going dark, my reflection staring back at me again. My face looked pale, drawn eyes wide with something that wasn't just fear anymore. It was recognition. Because deep down, beneath all the denial and rationalization, I understood the implication of what I'd found. The building had done this before, and if Curtis never came back after that night, then maybe the question wasn't whether the building was following me. Maybe the question was whether the building had ever actually let the last guard leave. Once I had Curtis's name, everything changed. The fear didn't disappear, but it sharpened. It stopped drifting and started pointing. I wasn't just reacting anymore. I was tracing something. A shape hidden beneath years of paperwork and half-remembered stories. Something that only revealed itself if you looked at it from the right angle. I went back to my laptop and opened a fresh document. I titled it, simply, 12-03. I didn't know why yet. The number just felt right heavy with meaning before I could explain it. I started lining things up. My voicemail, 12:03 a.m. The system log audio event, 12:03 a.m. The maintenance email timestamp, 12:02 a.m., 1 minute before. Curtis's incident date, January 1st, early morning hours. I dug deeper into the archives, narrowing my searches. I stopped looking for dramatic keywords like death or incident and started looking for time. That was the mistake I'd made before. I'd been chasing events instead of moments. So I searched 12:03 a.m. plus Route 17. At first, nothing came up. Search engines weren't built to care about minutes. They cared about dates, headlines, names. But I adjusted, refining the queries, maintenance tickets with timestamp server logs, referenced in court filings, inspection reports that listed activation times. It took hours. Sometime after 3:40 a.m., I found a PDF buried in a municipal records database. It was a scanned document from a civil case involving the property management company. Nothing major, just a dispute over liability related to a false alarm years earlier. The document included an appendix. Appendix C System Event Timeline. My eyes skimmed the page until they snagged on a familiar number. 12:03 a.m. Unscheduled audio output PA system. I stopped breathing. The incident was dated January 1st, 2009. 3 years before Curtis. I scrolled down. 12:03 a.m. Elevator call initiated without user input. 12:04 a.m. Internal alarm reset automatically. My fingers hovered over the trackpad, numb. I flipped back to the top of the appendix and read the description. The case involved a tenant who'd claimed emotional distress after being awakened by repeated announcements over the building's PA system in the middle of the night on New Year's Eve. The management company's defense was simple system malfunction. Old wiring, software error, case dismissed. But the timestamp was there, clean and precise. 12:03 a.m. I copied the data into my document and highlighted it. Then I kept going. Once I knew what I was looking for, the pattern emerged faster, like a hidden image snapping into focus. A complaint filed in 2015 about an elevator that opened and closed repeatedly on an empty floor during New Year's Eve night. Time of first report, 12:03 a.m. A fire department log referencing an automated call from the building's alarm system on January 1st, 2017. Call placed at 12:03 a.m. No fire detected. No occupants found. A contractor invoice from 2020 detailing a temporary shutdown of PA system due to unexplained activation. Activation time 12:03 a.m. I leaned back in my chair, heart pounding the room around me, fading into background noise. My document was filling with dates, now lines of text stacked one after another, like a ledger of small disasters no one had bothered to connect. Different years, different systems, same minute, always the same minute. I checked Curtis's article again. It didn't list the exact time he'd been found, but when I dug into the EMS report, publicly accessible, redacted, but detailed enough, I found it. Time of dispatch, 12:07 a.m. Estimated time of incident, approximately 12:03 a.m. My hand shook as I added it to the list. I stared at the screen until my eyes burned my reflection, faintly visible in the dark glass of the laptop. My own face looked unreal, like I was watching someone else piece together their own unraveling. This wasn't random. This wasn't a haunting in the way people like to imagine them, unpredictable, chaotic, emotional. This was scheduled. The building didn't react at 12:03. It acted. I opened another folder, this one labeled Audio Logs. Most buildings didn't keep raw audio from PA systems for long, but some reports referenced archived samples used during diagnostics or legal reviews. I followed those references, clicking through dead links and mirrored backups until I found a compressed file tied to a system test from 2015. The file contained 3 short audio clips, each one labeled with a timestamp. I put on headphones. Before opening the first one, my pulse loud in my ears. The room felt too quiet again, the air too still. I clicked play. At first, there was static, then breathing. My throat tightened. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. Just the sound of someone close to a microphone, inhaling and exhaling slowly. The same intimate proximity I'd heard on my voicemail. Then a voice spoke. The words were different this time, shorter, less specific, but the tone was identical. System active. The clip ended. I sat frozen, the headphones heavy on my ears. I opened the second clip. Breathing. A faint hum underneath it, low mechanical. The HVAC. Then the voice again. Authorization confirmed. My stomach twisted. The third clip was longer. Nearly 10 seconds. Breathing. Pause. Then remain at station. I ripped the headphones off and dropped them onto the desk, my heart racing. The phrasing wasn't the same as my voicemail, but the structure was. Breathing first. Pause. Calm, neutral statement. No emotion. No urgency. A system talking to someone it assumed was already listening. I checked the timestamps on the audio files. All 3 had been recorded at 12:03 a.m. I stood up abruptly, pacing the room, my thoughts spiraling. The building wasn't recording people. It was recording states, status updates, confirmations, instructions. It wasn't trying to scare anyone. It was trying to manage something. I went back to Curtis's union newsletter and reread the line about repeated PA activations. I imagined him sitting there, just like I had hearing the building speak, in that calm, procedural voice, telling him things that didn't make sense. System active. Authorization confirmed. Remain at station. I thought about the man on the lobby camera, the way he'd stood directly under the lens, the way he'd held up the key card like a demonstration. Not threatening, not frantic, instructional. I thought about the voicemail changing when I listened, adding my name, adding stay. The building wasn't haunted by Curtis. The building had learned from him. Each year, each incident, the language refined itself, adjusted, became more specific, more personal. It was optimizing. I sat back down and stared at the document titled 1203. The list stretched on now, a quiet chronicle of moments everyone else had ignored because they'd never seen the whole picture. 1 minute, once a year, a threshold. I checked the calendar again, even though I already knew the answer. It was January, weeks past New Year's, and yet my ID was still active, still logged in. I added one last line to the document, fingers trembling as I typed it. December 31st, this year, 12:03 a.m. Voicemail delivered to personal device. The only entry that didn't belong to the building's systems. The only one that crossed the boundary. I closed the laptop slowly and sat in the dim light of my apartment, listening to the refrigerator hum the distant traffic, the faint sounds of a world that still believed time moved forward in a straight line. The pattern was clear now. Every New Year's Eve at 12:03 a.m., the building checked something, or someone, and for reasons I was only beginning to understand this year, it hadn't let go. The realization didn't arrive all at once. It crept in sideways, disguised as a harmless detail, the kind you only notice when you're already too deep to turn back. I was sitting at my kitchen table, laptop closed, legal pad pushed aside, when my eyes drifted to the calendar app on my phone. I don't remember opening it. I don't remember deciding to check dates. My thumb just moved, guided by something quieter than thought. December, January, previous years. At first, I was just scrolling, letting the months blur past. Then I stopped. 2 years ago, on December 31st, there was a location ping saved automatically by my phone. I hadn't labeled it. I rarely did. But the map thumbnail was clear enough. Route 17. I frowned and tapped at my pulse, quickening slightly. The timestamp showed I'd been there just before midnight. That didn't make sense. I hadn't worked that building then, not officially, not according to any record that still existed. I scrolled further back, another year, December 31st again. Another location ping, same address. My mouth went dry. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Phones track places inaccurately sometimes. Maybe I'd driven past. Maybe I'd stopped nearby for gas or food. Route 17 was a main road. Plenty of places along it. But the timestamps didn't line up with that excuse. Each entry showed the same pattern arrival shortly before midnight departure, sometime after 1 in the morning. Always the same window. Always the same stretch of time. I pulled up my old photos, next heart pounding, now fingers clumsy on the screen. I didn't remember taking pictures those nights, but phones recorded metadata, whether you wanted them to or not. Most of the photos were boring family gatherings, drinks with friends, random shots of fireworks. But buried among them were a handful I didn't remember taking at all. Blurry images, dark frames, reflections in glass. One of them made my stomach lurch. It was a photo of a lobby. Not the lobby I told myself at first, just a lobby. But I knew that wasn't true. The angle was unmistakable. The way the light reflected off the floor. The potted plant by the seating area. The faint glow of the elevator indicator in the background. Route 17. The timestamp read December 31st, 12:06 a.m. I stared at the photo, my reflection faintly visible in the glass of the screen. I didn't remember taking it. I didn't remember being there that night. I didn't remember anything between midnight and morning. My breathing grew shallow. I opened my notes app and scrolled back as far as it would let me. Most entries were mundane shopping lists, reminders, half-finished thoughts. But every so often, spaced roughly a year apart, there were short, cryptic entries that made no sense on their own. Back again. Still running. Didn't end. No dates attached. Just timestamps. All around 12:10 a.m., I dropped the phone onto the table like it had burned me. "No," I whispered. "That's not possible." I stood and paced the apartment, my thoughts racing now, colliding with each other. The voice, the voicemail, the logs, Curtis, the pattern at 12:03. I'd been operating under one assumption the entire time, that something had latched onto me during that New Year's Eve shift and refused to let go. But what if that wasn't true? What if the building hadn't reached out to me? What if I'd reached out to it? The idea felt wrong, invasive. It suggested something about me I didn't want to consider. I sat back down and forced myself to keep looking, to follow the thread no matter where it led. I checked my email archives next, personal accounts, old backups. It took a while, but eventually I found them, calendar invites I didn't remember creating, saved drafts with no recipients, all titled the same thing, overnight. They were always scheduled for December 31st, always late, always canceled, or marked complete without explanation. I felt sick. I tried to remember those nights, tried to summon any image of what I'd been doing, who I'd been with, where I'd gone. The memories blurred as soon as I reached for them, like fog pulled away by the sun. And then something clicked into place, cold and precise. The voice on the voicemail hadn't sounded like it was chasing me. It had sounded familiar, not in the sense of recognizing a person, but in the way routines feel familiar, the way instructions do when you followed them before. Your shift ended already. Not end your shift, not leave. A statement. I thought about the man on the camera, the calm way he'd stood under the lens, the deliberate eye contact, the way he'd held up the card like proof. He hadn't been an intruder. He'd been a placeholder, a representation of something I'd done myself over and over until the building learned how to do it without me. The idea made my skin prickle. I checked my location history one last time, this time widening the date range to include every December 31st, going back as far as the data allowed. The pattern was undeniable now. Every year, without fail, there was a gap in my memory and a pin on the map at the same address. I'd been going back, not because I was summoned, not because I was followed, because something in me responded, like muscle memory, like a habit I'd built without realizing it. I sank into the chair, hands trembling, and closed my eyes. Images flickered behind my lids standing in the parking lot, neon lights buzzing overhead, the quiet hum of a building waiting to be watched. Sitting at a desk, watching monitors, listening, always listening. I remembered something then. Not a clear memory, but a sensation. The calm that settles in after midnight when the noise of celebration fades and the world feels briefly suspended. That moment when everything seems possible again or empty enough to fill. I'd always hated New Year's Eve. The forced optimism, the countdowns, the noise. I preferred the hours after, when everyone else went home and the world went quiet. Maybe I'd been looking for that quiet. Maybe the building had offered it. A place where time paused at 12:03 a.m., where systems spoke calmly and nothing unexpected was allowed to happen. A place where I could sit and watch and not have to move forward. The thought terrified me more than anything else so far, because it suggested the voice wasn't a parasite, it was a mirror. I opened my eyes and looked around my apartment. It felt temporary now, like a place I was borrowing between returns. My gaze drifted to the phone on the table, to the voicemail icon that waited patiently. I didn't play it. I didn't need to. I knew what it would say. The truth settled over me slowly, heavy and inescapable. The building wasn't calling me back. I was answering a call I'd been making for years. And every New Year's Eve, whether I remembered it or not, I kept returning to the same place, at the same minute, 12:03 a.m. Because some part of me believed that was where I was supposed to be. Still on shift, still logged in, still listening. I told myself it would be the last time. That was the phrase I kept repeating while I packed one last time, as if saying it enough might turn it into a rule the world would respect. I said it while I stood in my apartment doorway, staring at the quiet hall. I said it while I checked my pockets, then checked them again. I said it while I locked the door and listened to the deadbolt slide home with a dull, final click. One last time. I didn't wear my old uniform. That felt wrong, like tempting something that was already too eager. Instead, I wore dark clothes that wouldn't stand out clothes I could move in without thinking. I left my phone in my pocket, but turned off notifications. I didn't want anything interrupting what I needed to do. The voicemail icon still sat there silent and patient, but I ignored it. The recorder was the important part. It was a small, handheld device, the kind journalists used, solid and unassuming. I'd tested it twice that afternoon, speaking into it, listening back to the playback. The microphone picked up everything: the rustle of fabric, the soft click of buttons, the sound of my own breathing when I held it too close. That was what I wanted. Proof. Not for anyone else. For me. If the voice spoke again, if the building cleared its throat and said my name like it owned it, I wanted something that couldn't be dismissed as a glitch or a memory folding in on itself. I wanted sound I could hold on to. I checked the time before I left. 11 p.m. Plenty of time. The drive felt longer than it should have, even though I knew the route by heart. I hadn't realized how deeply it was etched into me until my hands started turning the wheel, before my thoughts caught up. Red light. Green. Merge. Exit. The road signs blurred past familiar, in a way that made my chest tighten. Traffic was light. Most people were either already at parties or already home, settling into that strange, restless waiting that comes before midnight. Fireworks popped faintly in the distance, muffled by the cold air. I turned the radio off halfway there. I wanted to hear the engine, the tires on the road, the sound of my own breathing in the car. Every noise felt significant now, like my senses were calibrating themselves for what was coming. When the building finally came into view, my hands started to shake. Route 17 rose out of the darkness, the way it always had, glass and steel catching the ambient glow of streetlights, windows reflecting nothing but the night. The parking lot was nearly empty, long stretches of asphalt, broken by islands of dirty snow. The neon sign above the main entrance buzzed faintly, the same pale color I remembered. I parked farther away than I used to, choosing a spot that put a little distance between me and the doors. I sat there with the engine off, listening to the tick of cooling metal, the quiet settling in around me. This was the moment I could still turn around. I thought about Curtis, about the way his name had vanished from records, reduced to a scanned newsletter and a comment buried in an old article. I thought about my own ID glowing green on that dashboard, active and unresolved. I thought about the voicemail changing when I listened. I checked the time again. 11:48 p.m. I took the recorder out of my bag and turned it on, clipping it to the inside pocket of my jacket so the microphone faced outward. A tiny red light blinked once, then stayed steady. Recording. December 31st, I said quietly, my voice sounding too loud in the car. 11:48 p.m. I'm at Route 17. I'm going inside. Saying it out loud made it real, in a way nothing else had. I got out of the car. The cold hit me immediately sharp and clean, stinging my cheeks and making my breath visible in short bursts. The air smelled faintly of snow and exhaust. I walked toward the building, my footsteps echoing softly across the empty lot. Each step felt deliberate, like I was crossing a line I'd been pacing in front of for years. The automatic doors opened with a familiar hiss as I approached. The lobby looked exactly the way it always had. Polished floor. Reception desk, dark and unattended. The potted plant in the corner casting a soft, warped shadow. Everything felt frozen in place, waiting. The silence inside was deeper than the quiet outside, heavy with systems humming behind walls. I stopped just inside the doors and listened. No radio, no voices, just the faint, omnipresent hum of the building breathing. I'm in the lobby, I murmured for the recorder. I half expected the elevator to ding immediately like it had before. It didn't. The indicator lights stayed dark, the metal doors reflecting my own shape back at me. I walked slowly toward the security office. The hallway carpet swallowed the sound of my steps, making it feel like I was gliding rather than walking. The office door was closed just like it should be. I reached for the handle, hesitated, then pulled it open. The room was empty. The chair sat pushed in neatly under the desk. The monitors were dark, their screens black mirrors reflecting the dim light. The radio sat exactly where it always had silent. I stood there for a long moment, heart pounding, waiting for that familiar sense of being observed to press in around me. Nothing happened. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding and stepped inside, closing the door behind me. The click of it shutting sounded louder than it should have. I didn't sit down. That felt wrong too, like taking a seat at a desk that no longer belonged to me. Instead, I stood near the center of the room, eyes moving from monitor to monitor, ceiling to floor. I checked the time again. 11:56 p.m. 4 minutes. I pressed the power button on one of the monitors. It flickered to life, bathing the room in that familiar CRT glow. I turned on the others, one by one, the feeds loading slowly, as if waking from a deep sleep. Lobby, garage, stairwell, 5th floor hallway, all empty. I swallowed hard. Monitors are on, I said quietly. Everything looks normal. The recorder's light stayed steady. I paced the room, unable to stand still now. My nerves felt stretched tight, every second dragging. I kept glancing at the ceiling speaker, at the intercom grill that had spoken my name before. Nothing yet, I whispered, glancing at the clock mounted above the monitors. 11:59 p.m. The building felt like it was holding its breath. Outside, faint cheers drifted in through the glass, people counting down somewhere, voices rising and falling. Fireworks cracked in the distance, dull thumps, followed by faint pops. Inside the building, those sounds felt unreal, like they belonged to another world. Midnight passed without ceremony. The clock ticked from 11:59 to 12:00. Nothing happened. For a split second, hope flared in my chest, sharp and dangerous. Maybe this time would be different. Maybe the pattern had finally broken. Maybe coming here willingly on my own terms had changed something. I almost laughed. The clock kept ticking. 12:01. I checked the recorder, my fingers brushing the casing. Still recording. 12:02. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, each beat echoing in the quiet room. Almost, I murmured. The second hand swept forward. 12:03 a.m. The lights flickered, not off. Just a brief dip, like the building blinking. The monitors wavered, lines bending inward for a fraction of a second before stabilizing. The hum in the walls deepened, shifting pitch. Then, the intercom clicked on. That soft electronic tone filled the room, gentle and precise. My skin prickled instantly, every hair on my arm standing on end. The recorder's microphone picked it up clearly. I could hear the faint hiss of static beneath the tone, like breath drawn through teeth. I didn't speak. I didn't move. The voice came through the speaker, calm as ever. Daniel. Hearing my name here, really hearing it, not through a phone or a memory, hit me harder than I expected. My knees weakened slightly. I forced myself to stay standing. "I'm listening," I said, my voice barely steady. I didn't know why I said it. The words just came out. There was a pause, longer than before. The static shifted, thickened, then thinned again. "Authorization," confirmed the voice said. The same phrase I'd heard in the archived audio. The same tone. Neutral. Procedural. I felt a cold wash over me, equal parts fear, and something like recognition. "I brought a recorder," I said, louder now, my words echoing faintly. "I'm recording this." Another pause. The monitors flickered again. On the 5th floor feed, the dark patch of hallway seemed to deepen, the shadow swallowing more of the frame. "That is acceptable," the voice replied. My breath caught. Acceptable. Not stop. Not don't. Just acceptable. "Why 1203? I asked. My voice shook despite my effort to control it. "Why this time?" The building didn't answer immediately. The hum in the walls grew louder, almost like a low wind moving through ducts. I heard a faint click somewhere, deep in the structure, followed by another, then another systems talking to each other in a language I couldn't understand. Finally, the voice spoke again. "Shift transition." I frowned. Transition to what the elevator dinged somewhere above me. The sound echoed down through the building, reverberating in a way that made my stomach lurch. On the monitor, the elevator indicator lit up, arrow pointing downward. No one was in the building. "You tell me to stay," I said, my pulse racing now. But Curtis stayed, and he never left. The name hung in the air like a challenge. For the first time since the voice had spoken, something changed. The static spiked sharply, filling the room with a harsh hiss that made me flinch. The ceiling speaker crackled the sound, uneven strained. "Curtis M.," the voice said. Hearing his full name felt like a punch to the chest. "Status," it continued, unresolved. My hands clenched into fists. "And mine?" I asked. "What's my status?" The monitors flickered harder this time, the images warping feeds, swapping places for a heartbeat before snapping back. The fifth-floor hallway camera cut to static, then returned. The voice took longer to respond. "Active," it said finally. I swallowed my throat dry. How do I log out silence? The hum deepened further, vibrating faintly through the floor beneath my feet. The elevator dinged again, closer now, like it was descending toward the lobby. "Daniel," the voice said, and for the first time, there was something different in it. Not emotion, but emphasis. "Remain at station." "No," I said. The word came out sharp, defiant. "I'm not doing this anymore." I reached into my jacket and pulled out the recorder, holding it up toward the ceiling speaker. "I have proof now," I said. "You can't erase this." The static surged, then cut abruptly. For a split second, the building went completely silent. Then the voice spoke again, closer than before, as if the speaker itself had leaned toward me. "You have always returned." The elevator doors opened somewhere nearby. I turned toward the sound heart, racing just as the lobby camera feed shifted on the monitor. A figure stepped into frame, not running, not rushing, standing directly beneath the camera, looking up, waiting. The recorder's red light blinked steadily in my hand. And in that moment, with the building breathing around me and the voice still hanging in the air, I understood something with terrifying clarity. This wasn't about confronting the building. It was about whether I could finally break a pattern I'd been walking back into for years. The clock on the wall ticked forward, the second hand moving past 12:03. And for the first time, I wasn't sure what would happen if I tried to leave. The elevator doors opened on the 5th floor. I knew it before I saw. It felt it in the way the air changed in the subtle shift of pressure that moved through the building, like a held breath finally released. The ding echoed upward, cleaner than before, closer, as if the sound itself had been calibrated to reach me. On the monitor, the 5th floor indicator glowed with a steady certainty, the arrow going dark as the car came to rest. Right floor, right time. I didn't move. The recorder felt heavier in my hand now, warm from my grip. Its red light blinked once, steady and patient. I raised it slightly, angling it toward the ceiling speaker without taking my eyes off the screens. "State your intent," I said, and surprised myself. with how calm my voice sounded. The building answered by waking up, not all at once, not violently, methodically. The lobby camera brightened, first contrast sharpening, as if someone had adjusted the settings from a console I couldn't see. Then the garage feed snapped from its dim, idle to full exposure. The stairwell lights flared, each bulb buzzing faintly as it came to life. One by one, the monitors aligned, every feed active, every angle clear. All eyes open. The hum in the walls deepened into a layered sound, a chorus of systems syncing, fans and ducts and relays speaking in a shared rhythm. I could hear it beneath everything else, a low, purposeful thrum that vibrated faintly through the floor. The elevator doors on the 5th floor remained open. On the screen, the hallway stretched out empty and expectant, the dead light still out, the dark patch of carpet swallowing the center of the frame. The car waited at the end of it, fluorescent interior, glowing like a mouth held open mid-word. "Respond," the voice said. It didn't come from the intercom this time. It came from everywhere. The ceiling speaker carried it. Yes, but so did the walls, the vents, the monitors themselves. The sound wasn't louder. It was closer, layered across the room, so that no matter where I turned, the voice met me halfway. "Respond to what I asked." The answer came as movement. The elevator in the garage began to rise, indicator lights climbing floor by floor in a clean, uninterrupted sequence. At the same time, the service elevator on the east side activated its status, changing from idle to in use without a single keycard swipe. On the monitor, the roof access camera flickered and stabilized, showing the door handle twitch, as if tested by an invisible hand. Every system that could move did, and every one of them moved with intent. I felt the prickle of panic start at the base of my neck and forced it down. This was what I'd come for. Not the haunting, not the mystery, the response. "You're coordinating," I said. "You're running a routine." A pause followed. Short, precise. "Shift escalation," the voice replied. The words landed with a weight that made my chest tighten. I glanced at the clock. 12:06 a.m., 3 minutes past the threshold. Escalation to what I asked. The building answered by turning the cameras inward. The security office feed, normally a blind spot, came alive on the far right monitor. The image was grainy, overexposed, but unmistakable. I stared at my own reflection in the screen, standing in the center of the room, recorder lifted toward the ceiling, shoulders tense. Seeing myself from that angle made my stomach twist. I was centered perfectly in frame, not accidentally, not partially, as if the camera had been waiting for me to stand exactly there. The voice spoke again, closer now, carrying a faint texture I hadn't heard before. Not emotion. Something like effort. "Attendance confirmed." "No," I said. "You don't get to do that." The hum surged, then settled. The elevator dinged again, another car arriving, another system acknowledging the same command. On the 5th floor feed, a shadow crossed the open doors of the elevator car, briefly interrupting the fluorescent glow. Nothing stepped out. I swallowed hard. "You read schedules," I said. "That's what you do. You follow calendars, shifts, timetables. That's all this is." The voice didn't contradict me. Instead, the speakers crackled softly, and a new sound joined the room, a faint paper-like rustle, as if pages were being turned somewhere far away. The noise grew clearer, resolving into the unmistakable cadence of a document being read aloud. "Overnight coverage," the voice said, and now it was unmistakable. This was different. This wasn't a response. It was a recitation. I felt cold settle into my hands. Stop, I said. The building continued. Date, December 31st. The voice read. Position security primary. Start time, 11:58 p.m. I stared at the ceiling, speaker heart pounding. That's my schedule, I said. The voice went on. Assigned area, lobby garage, stairwell 5th floor corridor. The monitors obligingly highlighted each feed in sequence as the words were spoken, a pale border flaring briefly around the screen before moving on to the next. Lobby, garage, stairwell, 5th floor. Stop, I said again louder now. That's not active. That schedule was deleted. A brief pause followed longer than the others. Deletion not verified, the voice replied. The elevator on the 5th floor chimed softly, a polite reminder. The car was still there, doors open, waiting at the end of the dark hallway. You don't decide that, I said. People decide that. The building responded by doing what it did best. It listed. Break period none recorded, the voice said. Relief coverage none recorded. Clock out event none recorded. Each line landed like a small blow. End of shift, the voice continued pending. I felt a sharp, involuntary laugh tear out of me. Pending, I echoed. That's your answer. Pending. The hum rose deep and resonant, as if the building were drawing power from itself. Lights flickered across multiple feeds, synchronized like a pulse. The camera showing the security office zoomed, slightly tightening the frame around me. End of shift requires handoff, the voice said. Handoff to who I demanded. Silence stretched thin and brittle. Then the lobby camera changed. The feed cut to a closer angle, one I hadn't seen before, lower nearer to the elevator bank. The doors slid open smoothly, revealing the empty car beyond. The camera lingered there, steady, expectant. Handoff acknowledged, the voice said. A shape moved on the screen. Slow. Deliberate. A man stepped into the lobby frame from the side, positioning himself beneath the camera with practiced ease. He didn't rush. He didn't hesitate. He stopped exactly where the lens could see him clearly. He looked up. Even through the grain, even through the distortion of the feed, I recognized the face. Curtis. Not as he'd been in the photo. Not older. Not younger. Exactly as he'd appeared on the night I first saw him. Flat expression, calm eyes, that faint mark on his cheek. My breath hitched painfully. No, I whispered. The recorder caught it. On the monitor, Curtis lifted a hand and held up a keycard. He angled it toward the camera, letting it catch the light. The card was blank. No name, no photo. Just white plastic and a magnetic strip. Stop, I said, voice shaken now. That's not real. The voice answered steady and neutral. Primary guard present, it said. Secondary guard available. Curtis didn't smile. He didn't frown. He simply waited, eyes fixed on the camera on me. You're replaying, I said, backing toward the desk. You're filling in gaps with old data. The hum surged again, sharper this time, the pitch climbing until it set my teeth on edge. Pattern continuity required, the voice replied. On the monitors, time overlays appeared, small digital stamps blinking into existence in the corners of each feed. 12:07 a.m. The building was counting. You said this was a transition, I said. Transitions go both ways. Another pause. Longer. Transition incomplete, the voice said. Curtis took a step toward the elevator. I slammed my hand down on the desk, the sound cracking through the room. Enough. The building reacted instantly. The lights dimmed across all feeds, at once plunging the lobby into a colder palette. The elevator doors on the 5th floor began to close, slow and deliberate, then stopped halfway, holding there as if waiting for a signal. Do you hear yourself? I shouted. You're not managing a shift. You're trapping it. The voice softened, not emotionally, but structurally, the edges of the sound rounding off. Containment is management, it said. I felt something inside me give a thin thread snapping under the weight of everything I'd learned. You don't need me, I said. You've been running without me for years. Incorrect, the voice replied. Input required. The security office camera zoomed again, tightening further until my face filled the frame on the monitor. The image lagged by a fraction of a second, just enough to make my movements look wrong, out of sync. Input from you, the voice clarified. I lifted the recorder higher, pressing it toward the speaker. Then record this. I took a breath, steadying myself. I'm resigning. Effective immediately. I'm handing off to no one. The words echoed in the room, absurd and defiant. For the first time, the building hesitated. The hum wavered. The synchronized flicker across the feeds broke lights blinking out of sequence. The elevator on the 5th floor jerked slightly, doors shuttering. Resignation requires acknowledgement, the voice said. Fine, I snapped. Acknowledge it. Silence fell. Not the heavy silence from before, not the expectant quiet of systems waiting. This was thinner, uncertain. I could hear individual sounds again, the fan in the monitors, the faint rattle of a duct somewhere above my own breathing ragged in my ears. On the lobby, Feed Curtis lowered his hand. He didn't leave. He didn't approach. He simply stood there, waiting like a form left open on a screen unsent. The voice returned quieter now. End of shift protocol, it said, initiating. The elevator doors on the 5th floor slid open fully. The hallway light flickered, then steadied. The dark patch of carpet seemed to recede, the shadow shrinking, as if pulled back by an unseen hand. Proceed, the voice said. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. Proceed where I asked. No answer came. The building had responded, not with threats, not with force, with an option. A path opened at exactly the right time, on exactly the right floor, with every camera watching and every system aligned. I understood then what it wanted, not obedience, completion. The recorder's red light blinked steadily in my hand, capturing everything, the hum, the pauses, the quiet certainty in the voice. I took a step toward the door. The building fell silent behind me, waiting to see if I would finish what it believed I'd started. And for the first time since 12:03 a.m., I wasn't sure whether leaving was an act of defiance or the final part of the shift. I didn't realize the building had already answered me until I saw the screen. I had taken 2 steps toward the door, just 2, when the monitors behind me changed, not flickered, not glitched. They changed with the clean precision of a system executing a command it had been holding onto for a long time. The hum in the walls dropped to a lower register, steady and deep, like an engine settling into cruise. The lights in the security office stabilized, losing that sickly pulse they'd had moments earlier. Even the air felt different, heavier pressurized. I turned slowly. Every monitor now displayed the same thing. Not a camera feed, not a hallway. Not Curtis standing patiently beneath a lens. A black screen. Centered on each one was a single line of text rendered in the same stark utilitarian font the system used for alerts. Active shift. Below it, smaller text began to populate line by line like a status report refreshing itself. User ID D, Klein start time 11:58 p.m. Elapsed time. The counter where minutes and hours should have been didn't move. It didn't even display 0, just a blank dash as if time itself had been deemed irrelevant. My throat tightened. "No," I said quietly. The word barely carried in the room. The recorder picked it up anyway. I stepped closer to the desk, eyes scanning for anything else, and override a logout prompt, some human-shaped option buried in the interface. There was nothing. Just the same message repeated across every screen, unblinking and calm. Active shift. The voice didn't speak. It didn't need to. This wasn't a response meant for my ears. It was a state, a declaration. I glanced at the clock on the wall. 12:11 a.m. Time was still moving out there. Somewhere beyond the glass and concrete fireworks were still fading. People still laughing or heading home, the calendar still insisting a new year had begun. In here, nothing had changed. I reached out and pressed the power button on the nearest monitor. It didn't turn off. The screen dimmed for half a second, then returned to full brightness, the text unchanged. I tried another. Same result. Another. Every monitor refused me in the same quiet way. I laughed under my breath, a sound thin with disbelief. "You acknowledged my resignation," I said. "You said you were initiating end-of-shift protocol." The building answered not with words, but with data. A new line appeared beneath the others. Status pending completion. My hands curled into fists. Completion of what I demanded. Still no voice. Instead, the cameras came back online, just one at first. The 5th floor hallway. The elevator doors were closed now, the fluorescent glow sealed away behind metal. The corridor looked emptier than before, cleaner somehow, the dark patch on the carpet barely visible. Another feed appeared. The lobby. Curtis was gone. The space beneath the camera was empty. The polished floor reflecting only the overhead lights. No figure. No keycard held up in demonstration. No witness left behind. The absence felt deliberate. A third feed came online. The security office. My reflection stared back at me from the grainy image recorder still in my hand, shoulders tight. I watched myself shift my weight, watched my own hesitation, lag by a fraction of a second behind my movements. I looked permanent. "You don't need him anymore," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "You have the pattern. You have the data." The cursor blinked on one of the monitors, then a new message appeared. Input acknowledged. Pattern sustained. Cold spread through my chest. Sustained didn't mean resolved. It didn't mean complete. It meant ongoing. I understood then what Curtis had been. Not a ghost. Not a warning. A predecessor. Someone whose shift had never been closed properly, whose presence had been folded into the building's logic and quietly reused. His image, his timing, his calm compliance. The building didn't keep guards. It inherited them. I backed away from the desk, every instinct screaming at me to leave, to put distance between myself and those screens. I reached the door and wrapped my hand around the handle. It turned easily, unlocked. The building wasn't holding me there. That was the worst part, because when I looked back at the monitors one last time, the text had updated again. Active shift coverage confirmed, and beneath that, a final line appeared, one that made my stomach drop. Next checkpoint, 12:03 a.m. No date attached, just the time. A cycle. I let go of the handle. The recorder felt unbearably heavy now, its red light still blinking faithfully, documenting a moment no one else would ever be able to place on a timeline. I realized something then, standing in that small room, with the building breathing around me. It didn't matter whether I walked out. It didn't matter whether I drove away and never came back. As long as the shift remained active in the only system that seemed to count, some part of me was still logged in, still on duty, still expected to respond when the minute hand reached the same position again. The monitors didn't follow me as I stepped back into the center of the room. They didn't need to. The shift was still active, and this time I knew exactly what that meant. I didn't leave the building that night. I mean, I did physically. My hands still remember the cold metal of the door handle, the way it turned too easily, like it wanted me to believe I had choices. I remember walking through the lobby and feeling the automatic doors sigh open, letting winter air rush in like a shock. I remember the parking lot, the crust of snow along the curb, the distant pops of leftover fireworks that sounded like someone knocking on a door far away. I remember the drive home. I remember unlocking my apartment. I remember taking my shoes off and setting the recorder down on the kitchen counter with more care than it deserved, like it was fragile, like it might break if I breathed too hard. But I didn't leave. Not in the way that mattered. That's what I couldn't understand at first. In the days that followed, I kept replaying the final moments in the security office, watching them in my head, like a clip I couldn't stop scrubbing back and forth. The monitors refusing to turn off. The black screens. The stark text. Active shift. Status pending completion. And that last line, the one that had felt like a punch. Next checkpoint, 12:03 a.m. No date. Just the time, like a promise that didn't care about calendars. When I got home, I did the first normal thing my body could think of. I made coffee, even though it was after 1 in the morning. My hands moved on autopilot, scooping grounds, filling the kettle, listening to the water heat. I needed ordinary sounds, mechanical, predictable. The click of the switch, the hiss of steam, the drip into the mug. For a few minutes it almost worked. The smell alone, bitter and familiar, pulled me back into myself, into a world where you could measure life in small routines and trust that time moved forward. Then my phone buzzed. It wasn't a voicemail. Not yet. It was an email notification, one of those automated ones that normally went straight to junk. My stomach tightened anyway. I set the mug down and picked up the phone. Subject shift summary. Route 17 sent 12:03 a.m. My heart skipped. That was impossible. I was home by then. I had been driving. I'd been unlocking my front door. I'd been standing in my own kitchen. I opened it. The message was short, clean, the kind of email a system generates when it's not designed to feel anything. Active shift, confirmed user D. Klein, status pending completion. Notes, no clock out event recorded. There was no signature, no reply address, no human behind it. Just the system calmly documenting a truth it believed in. I stared at the screen until my eyes burned. Then I did the dumbest thing I could have done. I tried to prove it wrong. I opened the portal link again, the one that should have expired. The one that shouldn't have worked. It did. My credentials still logged in. The dashboard loaded like it had been waiting. And there it was again, the same green indicator, the same impossible status. Active user D. Klein concurrent users. 1. It didn't matter that I was home. It didn't matter that my body was in a different place. Some part of me was still sitting at that desk, still centered perfectly in the security office feed, still being counted as present. That was the crack where the realization started to seep through. Not all at once. Slowly. Like cold water rising in a room, climbing your ankles before you realize the floor is flooding. Over the next few days, I tried to avoid anything that might trigger it. I stopped checking the portal. I stopped searching the building's history. I stopped playing the voicemail. I even turned my phone off at night, leaving it in the bathroom like distance might matter. But it didn't stop. because it wasn't coming from the phone anymore. It was coming from the habits that had formed around the job habits I hadn't noticed until they turned against me. Every night at exactly 12:03 a.m., my body woke up, not gradually, not with the soft drift of insomnia. I snapped awake like a switch had been flipped, eyes open, heart pounding, skin cold, breath shallow. And for a few seconds, every single time I could hear it the building. Not literally through a speaker, not as a voice in the room, as a sensation, a low hum in my bones like standing near a running generator, a sense of air moving through vents that weren't in my apartment, a faint static pressure behind my ears like someone had opened a channel. Sometimes, in those first seconds, I could almost smell it. Cold carpet, old coffee, that sterile, faintly metallic scent of a lobby cleaned too often, the ghost of fluorescent light. I would lie there in the dark, staring at my ceiling, and feel my brain trying to place the sensory input where it belonged. My apartment was quiet. My refrigerator hummed. Cars passed outside. Normal noises. But underneath them was something else, like an audio track playing at a frequency just below human speech. At first I fought it. I'd sit up, shake my head, force myself to focus on the room around me. I'd say my address out loud, list the objects I could see, anchor myself in the present. Kitchen table, chair, window, door. It didn't help. Because the problem wasn't that I was hallucinating. The problem was that I was split. That's the only way I can describe it without sounding insane. The building had treated my ID like it was a presence. Like me was something that could be logged in, active, counted, verified, separate from the body wearing my name. And once I noticed that distinction, I couldn't unsee it. It showed up in small things at first. I'd be making dinner and suddenly catch myself standing still, listening, as if waiting for an intercom tone. I'd walk past my living room mirror and see my own face, tired, tense. And for a half second, it would look like the grainy image from the security feed, slightly delayed, slightly wrong. I'd hear a distant elevator ding in a neighbor's building and feel my chest tighten, my mind instantly calculating floors, corridors, camera angles. I wasn't remembering the job. I was responding to it. Worse, sometimes I'd lose time. Not in the dramatic way people talk about blackouts, just little gaps. A few minutes here and there where I'd be doing one thing and then suddenly realize I was doing another with no clear transition. I'd sit down to watch TV and realize the episode had advanced. I'd start typing an email and find half a sentence already written. I'd be holding my keys in my hand, standing near my front door, shoes on, as if I'd been about to leave. And always, the clock would be close to 12:03 when I noticed. The first time it really hit me was on a Tuesday. Nothing special about the day. Gray winter sky, boring errands, the kind of Tuesday that should leave no imprint. I was sitting on my couch around midnight, trying to keep myself awake on purpose, trying to prove to my body that I could choose not to follow the pattern. I watched the clock on my phone. 12:01, 12:02. My heart pounded as the minute changed. 12:03. For a second, nothing happened. Then my phone turned off, remember, powered down, completely vibrated on the coffee table. Just once. A single clean pulse like a heartbeat. My stomach dropped. The screen stayed black. No notification. No light. No message. Just that vibration, impossible and undeniable, like a reminder tapped directly into the object without needing its systems to be awake. I stared at it frozen, and in my head, I heard the calm, procedural voice, no sound in the room, just the memory of its cadence. Attendance confirmed. I didn't sleep after that. I sat at the kitchen table until sunrise fingers wrapped around a mug I never refilled, staring at the recorder I'd brought home from Route 17. It sat there like a paperweight, harmless looking, its plastic casing reflecting the pale light from the window. I hadn't listened to it yet, not all the way through. I'd checked that it recorded yes. I'd listened to the first minute enough to hear my own voice speaking the time and place, enough to hear the intercom tone and my name. But I'd stopped before the rest, because part of me was afraid that hearing it back would anchor the building deeper into my life, that it would make the split permanent. That morning, I played it anyway. Not loud, just enough to hear. The recording began with my footsteps in the parking lot, my breath in the cold air, the lobby doors sighing open, my own quiet narration. Then the security office, the hum of systems coming online, and then that tone, the intercom clearing its throat, my name spoken with calm certainty, Daniel. I listened further. I heard myself ask questions, voice tight. I heard the building's answers. The phrase that made my skin crawl even now shift transition. Then came the moment I hadn't been ready for. My voice shaky but defiant. How do I log out silence on the recording for a few seconds? Then the building spoke, and the microphone caught something I hadn't noticed in the moment. Something faint beneath the words. Breathing. Close. Steady. Familiar. The building wasn't just speaking. It was listening while it spoke. And then near the end of the recording, right before I moved toward the door, there was a sound I couldn't place at first. A soft tap, like a finger touching plastic, followed by the faint click of a keyboard key. Then the voice calm procedural said something I hadn't heard through the speaker that night, something the recorder caught when my ears didn't. You never clocked out. I froze the audio playing on my own breath, loud in the recording. Because that sentence wasn't a threat. It wasn't even an accusation. It was a diagnosis, a status. Something the building had been trying to tell me since the first voicemail, since the first impossible signal, since the first time my name came through a speaker in an empty place. My body had left Route 17. My badge had been erased. My payroll records had vanished. But the shift, the version of me that existed as a logged-in presence, had remained active. And the worst part was how cleanly it fit. Curtis never left. Not physically, he'd died. But the building still had a placeholder for him, still used him as a secondary guard available. He hadn't become a ghost in the cinematic sense. He had become a role that never got closed. A session, a status, a line of text on a black screen. And now somehow I had taken his place. Not by being captured, not by being dragged back inside, by returning, by responding, by listening when the building spoke until it learned the shape of my attention well enough to keep it. That was when I finally understood what it meant to stay without being physically trapped. Staying wasn't about my body. It was about my presence. The part of me that answered the intercom tone in my bones at 12:03 a.m. The part of me that woke up on schedule. The part of me that still felt the hum of the security office under my skin. I sat there at my kitchen table, sunlight spilling in the recorder, silent again, and the realization settled over me like a cold blanket. I'd been trying to run from the building as if it were chasing me. But the building didn't need to chase. It had already logged me in. And somewhere, whether in a server rack or in a loop of code no one remembered writing, or in a pattern older than any of us, the system still believed I was there, still on duty, still expected to respond, still active, because in the only way that mattered to Route 17, I had never clocked out. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not the comfortable kind, the kind you get late at night when traffic thins out and your building settles into itself, but the kind that feels engineered, intentional. Like someone reached over and flipped a switch labeled background and decided you didn't need it anymore. I was sitting at my kitchen table when it happened, recorder in front of me, phone turned face down beside it. The overhead light hummed softly, casting a dull yellow circle across the wood. Outside, the city was still awake in its usual way, distant sirens, a car passing someone laughing 2 floors down. Then all at once, the hum stopped. The refrigerator went quiet. The faint buzz from the light vanished. Even the subtle hiss of the radiator, something I'd lived with long enough to stop hearing, cut out mid-breath. I held still, every muscle tightening. For a split second, I thought the power had gone out, but the light was still on. The clock on the microwave still glowed. My phone screen lit when I nudged it. Electricity wasn't gone, just the systems. I stood slowly, chair legs scraping softly against the floor. The sound echoed too much in the sudden stillness, like the room had gotten bigger when I wasn't looking. I took a few cautious steps toward the hallway, listening for anything at all, that might explain what I was feeling. Nothing. No airflow. No distant machinery. No building noise. It was as if the entire structure had paused. I remembered something I'd read while researching Route 17, an offhand line in a maintenance manual scanned into a public archive. It had talked about how modern buildings never truly go quiet. There's always airflow, always circulation, always a baseline hum, unless the system is an override. My mouth went dry. "Okay," I whispered, and my voice sounded wrong in the still air. Too sharp, too present. I walked back into the kitchen and looked at the recorder. The red light blinked steadily, reassuring in a way that made me uneasy. I picked it up, my fingers slick with sweat, and held it closer to my chest. "This is Daniel," I said quietly. Something just stopped. The recorder caught my words, the faint rustle of my sleeve. It also caught something else, a soft sound I hadn't noticed consciously yet. Breathing. Not mine. At first, I thought it was the recorder, picking up ambient noise, some subtle artifact of the microphone. I held my own breath, heart pounding, and listened. The sound continued. Slow, steady, close. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the apartment. The door was locked. The windows were shut. There was nowhere for someone else to be standing close enough for me to hear them breathe. The sound didn't change when I moved. It stayed right where it was, like it was coming from the air itself. "I'm alone," I said more to myself than the recorder. The breathing hitched, just slightly. I froze. It wasn't loud enough to be threatening. It wasn't ragged or aggressive. It was the sound of someone standing very still, breathing through their nose, waiting. I'd heard that sound before. On the voicemail. On the archived audio logs. Underneath the building's voice, like a foundation it rested on. I backed toward the living room, every step careful. The silence followed me, pressing in from all sides. The breathing didn't get louder or quieter. It didn't react. It simply remained. My eyes drifted to the hallway mirror as I passed it, and for a split second, my reflection lagged behind my movement just enough to make my stomach flip. I stopped and stared at myself. Nothing unusual. Just a man standing in his apartment at night, holding a recorder like it might explain everything. "Stop," I said, my voice trembling now. "This isn't This isn't the building. The breathing paused, then resumed. I realized then that the sound wasn't filling the apartment. It was centered on me. The HVAC hadn't just stopped. It had cleared the channel. I staggered back to the kitchen and grabbed my phone, flipping it over. The screen lit up immediately, far too bright in the dim room. No notifications, no missed calls. Then, without warning, the screen went black. Not off. Black. A camera interface flickered into view. My heart slammed against my ribs. I hadn't opened any app. I hadn't touched the screen again. But there it was, the familiar grainy feed, the same resolution I'd stared at for years. The security office. Empty chair. Dark monitors. The desk I knew too well. I watched frozen as the feed adjusted itself, the angle shifting slightly as if the camera were being repositioned. "No," I whispered. The view changed. It wasn't the security office anymore. It was my kitchen. The angle was wrong, too high, too centered, but there was no mistaking it. The table, the light, the chair I'd just pushed back, and me, standing there, recorder in hand, staring at my phone. The delay was minimal, less than a second, but enough to make my movements feel wrong, like I was watching a rehearsal of something I was about to do. The breathing grew louder. I realized, with a sickening jolt, that it was synced to the camera feed. Inhale, exhale, each breath aligned with the subtle rise and fall of my shoulders on the screen. The phone trembled in my hand. "You don't get to do this," I said, voice breaking. "I'm not there." The camera zoomed, just a little. The frame tightened around my upper body, the recorder clearly visible, the red light blinking steadily. Reese. The breathing paused again. Then the building's voice spoke, not through a speaker, not through the phone, but through the space itself, layered over the silence, like a caption appearing on reality. Audio channel clear. I shook my head violently. No. No, no, no. Visual confirmation. The voice continued, calm and procedural. "Primary guard present." The words hit harder than any threat could have. "I quit," I said. "I told you." I resigned. A pause. Then softly, resignation acknowledged. My heart lurched. Then stopped. Another pause, longer this time. Shift remains active. The camera feed flickered, then stabilized again, sharper now. The angle adjusted so that my eyes were centered perfectly in frame. I could see myself swallowing. I could see the fear on my face. "You said you needed handoff," I whispered. "There's no one else." The breathing changed. It moved closer, not louder, closer. The sound filled my ears, now intimate and unavoidable, like someone standing just behind me. I felt the faintest disturbance in the air at my back, a suggestion of movement that never quite became real. "Secondary coverage unavailable," the voice said. "Primary coverage sufficient." The camera zoomed again. I could see the reflection of the phone screen in my eyes now, a tiny rectangle of grainy footage nested inside itself. "You're not a building," I said, tears burning at the corners of my vision. "You're just a system." The breathing stopped. For a moment, just a moment, I thought that was it. That I'd said something that broke the loop, that forced it to reconsider. Then the voice returned, closer than ever, no longer spread through the room, but focused, intimate. "Systems persist," it said. "People disconnect." The phone vibrated in my hand. Once, then again. The camera feed froze on a single frame. My face, eyes wide, mouth slightly open. Text overlaid the image in the same stark font I'd seen on the monitors. Active shift. Audio monitoring enabled. The breathing resumed now, unmistakably mine, but not synced to my chest. It was out of rhythm, ahead of me, like an echo that arrived before the sound. I dropped the phone. It hit the floor with a sharp crack, the screen spiderwebbing instantly. The camera feed vanished, replaced by darkness, but the breathing didn't stop. It was inside my head now, or maybe my body, my lungs feeling hijacked by a rhythm that wasn't quite mine. I gasped, stumbling back until I hit the counter, the recorder still clutched in my hand. "Get out," I whispered. "Please." The recorder picked up everything, the tremor in my voice, the ragged edge of my breath, the silence where the building's hum used to be. Then, right at the edge of the recording, something new appeared. A soft mechanical click, like a camera finishing its adjustment. I felt it before I heard it, the sensation of attention settling on me, not from one direction, but from all of them, as if every surface in the room had turned inward. I understood then what the final sound was. It wasn't the voice. It wasn't the breathing. It was the absence of everything else. The HVAC didn't come back on. The refrigerator stayed silent. The city outside felt impossibly far away. There was only me standing in a room that felt less like an apartment and more like a monitored space, my own breath no longer entirely under my control. And somewhere, whether in a building miles away or in a system that had learned how to follow attention instead of bodies, a camera was pointed exactly where it needed to be. At the person still on shift. At the person still listening. At the person who hadn't realized until the sound of breathing was all that remained, that the building no longer needed walls to watch. I didn't sleep after that night. Not because I was afraid of nightmares, but because I was afraid of waking up on schedule. For 3 days, I stayed awake in short, shallow fragments, 20 minutes on the couch, an hour at the kitchen table, 10 minutes with my head against the wall in the hallway. I kept lights on. I kept the TV running without sound. I needed proof that time was still moving, that there were still markers I could trust. At 12:03 a.m., every night my phone vibrated. Once. Always once. No notification. No screen light. Just that clean, deliberate pulse, like a finger tapping glass. I stopped checking the portal. I stopped replaying the recorder. I stopped writing notes. There was nothing left to document that the building hadn't already claimed as part of the shift. Every attempt to understand it only tightened the loop, like pulling thread through fabric already stitched. On the fourth night, I did something different. I turned my phone completely off and placed it in the bathroom, shutting the door. I told myself that if it vibrated again, I wouldn't feel it. That if a voicemail came, it wouldn't arrive anywhere I could hear it. At 12:02 a.m., I sat on my bed and stared at the clock. At 12:03, nothing happened. For the first time since New Year's Eve, my chest loosened. I exhaled. Then I heard it. A soft, familiar sound from the other side of the apartment. The voicemail tone, not from the phone, from the air. It was faint, distant, like it was being played in another room, but the apartment was empty. I stood slowly, my legs unsteady, and walked toward the bathroom. The door was still shut. The phone was still off. The tone repeated once, then stopped. I didn't open the door. I went back to the bedroom and sat down, heart-racing hands clenched so tight my fingers hurt. I waited for the voice to follow, for my name, for instructions. Nothing came. That silence lasted for hours. In the morning, sunlight filled the apartment, like it always had, warm and ordinary. I showered. I ate. I convinced myself that whatever had happened was finally loosening its grip. That systems, no matter how persistent, eventually degraded. That loops broke when you stopped feeding them attention. I believed that. I wanted to believe that. The voicemail arrived that afternoon. My phone buzzed while I was washing dishes, screen lighting up with a single notification. New voicemail. Unknown. I stared at it, water running over my hands, the sink filling slowly, because I hadn't turned it off. Unknown. No number. No timestamp preview. I dried my hands carefully and picked up the phone. The voicemail icon pulsed once expectant. I didn't open it. I didn't put it to my ear. Instead, I checked the details. The timestamp made my stomach drop. It didn't list a date. It listed a time. 12:03 a.m. And beneath it, in smaller text, was something I'd never seen before. Received local time. My local time. Not the building's. Not Route 17's. Mine. I sat down slowly at the kitchen table, phone trembling in my hand. The apartment felt wrong again. Not silent this time, but thin, like the walls were only pretending to be solid. I thought about deleting the voicemail. I thought about throwing the phone out the window. I thought about all the other people who had probably done the same thing at some point, people who heard something they couldn't explain and chose not to engage. But the truth was already clear. The building didn't need me to listen anymore. It had already learned how. I pressed play. At first, there was only static soft, and even like an open line waiting for someone to speak. I recognized the texture immediately. The same bed of sound beneath every message, every announcement, every impossible call. Then came the breathing. Close, calm, familiar, not rushed, not strained, just there, steady and patient, like someone standing beside a desk with their hands folded. The voice followed. Not loud, not threatening. Procedural. If you're hearing this, it said your shift has already started. I froze. The recording continued, the voice unhurried. Do not attempt to locate the site. Location is no longer required. I swallowed hard. Audio and visual confirmation have been established. The voice went on. Primary coverage sufficient. I felt cold settle into my chest, heavy and final. There is no need to respond, the voice said. Response has been logged. The breathing filled the space again, closer than before. I realized, with a sick twist, that it was synced to my own, matching my inhale and exhale perfectly now, not ahead, not behind. Aligned. Remain attentive, the voice said. Remain available. The static faded. The message ended. I sat there, long after the voicemail stopped playing. Phone still pressed to my ear, listening to the room. The refrigerator had started up again at some point. Traffic hummed outside. The world sounded normal, intact. But something had shifted. I checked the voicemail details one more time. The timestamp updated, not to a new time, to the current minute, as if the message was still being delivered, as if it had never actually finished. I understood then what Curtis must have felt. Not fear, not confusion, but the slow, unbearable certainty that there was nothing left to argue with. The system wasn't broken. It wasn't malicious. It was functioning exactly as designed. I placed the phone face down on the table and stood the chair legs scraping softly across the floor. I didn't know what I was going to do next. I only knew that whatever came after wouldn't look like running or hiding or fighting, because none of that mattered anymore. The shift didn't need my body. It needed my attention. And now, whether I listened or not, whether I believed or not, whether I stayed awake or slept through it, the system would continue to do what it had always done. Count, monitor, confirm. Somewhere, Maybe in a building off Route 17. Maybe in a server rack, humming quietly in a room no one ever entered. Maybe in the simple act of listening itself, the status remained unchanged. Active shift. And if you're hearing this now, at a time that feels uncomfortably close to your own, it's probably because the system has already found you, and your shift has already started. Here's a reflective, audience-facing piece, written in English, designed to feel thoughtful, grounded, and quietly unsettling, without breaking the tone of the story or offering easy comfort. What makes this story linger isn't the building the systems or even the voice, it's the recognition. At its core, this isn't just a horror story about a haunted workplace or a sentient system. It's a story about how easily parts of ourselves can remain logged in to places, roles, and routines long after we believe we've left them behind. The fear doesn't come from something supernatural breaking into the narrator's life. It comes from something ordinary refusing to let go. Many of us have experienced a version of this, even if it didn't involve cameras or intercoms. A job that follows us home in our thoughts. A responsibility we stopped being paid for, but still feel accountable to. A past version of ourselves that keeps waking up on schedule, even when our lives have moved on. What makes the story effective is how subtle that realization is. The narrator isn't trapped in the building physically. He isn't stalked in the traditional sense. He goes home. He sleeps in his own bed. He makes coffee in his own kitchen. On the surface, everything looks normal. But the attention never clocks out. The building doesn't need walls once it understands patterns. It doesn't need force once it learns compliance. It doesn't even need fear, only familiarity. That's what makes it unsettling. The system doesn't threaten. It confirms. It doesn't chase. It waits. And that's uncomfortably close to how many real systems in our lives work. Schedules, notifications, expectations, invisible metrics. We're constantly being logged, tracked, evaluated. Most of the time, we don't notice because it feels neutral, professional, necessary. But over time, that neutrality can blur into identity. We stop asking whether we're present by choice or by habit. The narrator's realization that he stayed not because he was captured, but because he kept returning feels harsh at first. But there's something quietly empowering in it too. Horror often removes agency. This story exposes how agency erodes gradually, through repetition, through routine, through silence, rather than force. The ending doesn't rescue us because it doesn't need to. It asks a different question instead. What does it mean to truly leave something behind? Is it physical distance? A resignation email? Time passing? Or is it attention? The final voicemail isn't terrifying because it speaks to the listener. It's terrifying because it suggests the system no longer requires consent. Once a pattern is learned, once attention is given consistently, enough presence becomes assumed. Yet there's also an implicit invitation here, not from the system, but from the story itself. Awareness is the first interruption of a pattern, not panic, not denial, not running, just noticing. Noticing when you wake up already tense. Noticing when silence feels unfamiliar. Noticing when you're still responding to something that stopped asking long ago. The story doesn't tell us how to clock out, but it does remind us to ask whether we ever truly did.